The demon Lord Varvatos saved the world from an ancient evil god. After some time, he breathed his last and left this world. Someone sighed desperately. Someone called the boy. The man asked where he had been. The boy thought it was a lie. The boy told his mother that he was here. His name was Ard Meteor. He was 12 years old. This demon lord was reborn. No one would believe it. 3,000 years ago, a young man was walking somewhere. He stopped. It was the demon Lord Varvatos. The girl was picking up apples that were scattered. Varvatos asked her that it must have been hard for her to pick them up alone. The girl was embarrassed. Varvatos picked up one apple. Varvatos said that there was no need to be so nervous. He ordered the girl to stand up. The girl bowed to him. She asked the master's forgiveness for distracting him. Varvatos looked at her with incomprehension. Varvatos clutched the apple in his hand. He continued walking. The Lord realized that he was all alone. Varvatos thought that he had become a being who possessed power equal to the gods. He told himself that during the desperate battle to save humanity, he had shown overwhelming power, and after all this, people began to call him the Lord of Demons. Varvatos kept walking. Everyone bowed to him. People were afraid of him. He thought he was like some kind of monster from a fairy tale. Something caught his attention. The Lord looked into the courtyard where the women were. They were holding babies in their arms. Varvatos' face changed when he saw one of the babies. He told himself that this was it. Varvatos thought that this was what he needed. He walked away quickly. Varvatos used magic. He read many books of magic to find what he needed. The hero told himself that he would simply start life from scratch. Varvatos thought that he had to try to do it. Varvatos told himself that he would be reborn and make many friends. He thought that he had to do everything he could not do in this life. The wind, created by the magic of the Overlord, carried the sheets of spells around the room. Varvatos smiled. He thought he would be chatting with his friends. Varvatos thought that he would study and play with them. He told himself that he would spend his days just being with them. The boy sat, and the other children ran and had fun. The hero was upset. He thought that this era, it was so wonderful here, but there was one but. The hero wondered why he had never made friends. He thought that it had been 12 years since he had been reborn into this world. He felt sad. One of his wishes was to be born as a simple villager, but he was afraid to start talking to other people. So, he never dared to approach anyone and start a conversation. So, to pass the time, he began to study all the magical knowledge of this era. And the result of this, he is about friends. The hero remembered something. The hero realized that he could not continue in the same spirit. He remembered that there were people here who were much older than himself. The hero asked himself that maybe it was worth asking them for help. He asked one such person how it was possible to make friends. The boy explained to Mr. Weiss that he asked because he and his father were friends. The man thought about it. He replied that it was a problem because he didn't have many friends, so he understood. The boy's eyes sparkled. Mr. Weiss said that first of all, he should have shown that he was a gentleman, and then asked them to be friends. The hero thought that was how it was. The man added that he should also listen to what his parents would say about it. The boy's face changed. His dad advised him to invite them to a good fight. His mother said that maybe it would be better to get a girl for carnal pleasures. The hero thought that it would be better if he just tried to do as Mr. Weiss said. The ball was flying towards the boy. He grabbed it. The hero thought that it was time to start his battle to make friends. He greeted the boys who were running after the ball. The hero told the boys that the weather was wonderful today. It was perfect for games. The boys were indignant. The hero continued that he would be very grateful if they taught him. One of the boys grabbed the ball, and they ran away from there. One of the boys shouted that they had to get out of there. The other added that this guy was strange. The hero rubbed his forehead. He regretted saying that. He was sad. The hero wandered around. He thought he could have a good time. The boy told himself that the flowers were red. They strengthened his broken heart. Someone screamed. The hero was surprised. He turned around to see who it was. The hero activated the magic search. He screamed that it was there. The boy used the magic teleport. It disappeared. The girl was attacked by a monster animal. The boy came to her aid in time. The hero looked at all this. The girl was surprised to see the boy. The girl asked the stranger who he was. She asked where he came from. The monster growled. The girl fell. The animal began to run towards the children. The girl screamed that they had to run. She continued that if they stayed here, the hero covered her with his body. The monster continued to run. The hero activated the magic circle. Fire gushed out from the magic circle and attacked the monster. The flames burned the monster completely. Apart from the monster, everything around was burned. The girl was stunned. She asked what it was. The girl asked what, without even saying it out loud, he had used the great flame. The hero turned to the rescued one. He asked what she was talking about. The hero extended his hand to the girl. He replied that it was a simple flame spell. The girl loudly asked again that it was the flame spell. She shouted that he dare not lie. The girl shouted that the flame spell was a basic level of magic. She continued that what he used was capable of destroying 100 people. She added that there was no way it could be basic magic. The girl asked if he was sure that it was not the Great Flame or some other high-level spell. The hero was surprised. The girl's face turned red. The hero removed his hand. She turned around. It was obvious that she was nervous. She asked herself if maybe she had made a mistake after all. The girl sighed. She said it didn't matter anymore. She asked the hero that he was quite strong. What was his name? The boy thought that she had changed so quickly. The hero replied that she could call him Ard Meteor. The girl exclaimed that it was a good name. She said that her name was Ireina. The hero repeated her name. The hero wanted to say something else, but Ireina did not give him a chance. She thanked him for saving her. The girl asked that as her gratitude, he would become her first friend. The hero was surprised. The hero asked himself again that he was the first friend. The girl became embarrassed. She asked what happened. The hero explained that of course he would be her friend. The girl asked if it was true. The hero thought that she was his friend. The boy told himself that he finally had it. He grabbed Ireina's hand. After that, everything was like in the hero's dreams. During this time, he was able to experience so many new things. They read together, forged weapons, slept together. Ireina exceeded all his expectations. She hated losing to anyone. And, as a friend, he helped her very often. There was an explosion. Ireina hid behind Ard. He said that she should start learning magic. Ireina agreed. Ireina asked Ard if he was going to tell her how he used silent magic. She wanted to be able to do that too. She explained that she wanted to be as strong as Ard. Ireina asked the hero he will teach her. She continued asking, pressing her body against Ard's hand. The hero agreed. Ireina asked him again. For the first time in 3,000 years, he found himself in such a situation. In the textbooks of this era, only low-level magic was recorded, and all this was due to restrictions imposed by the aristocrats. Most likely, they did this to prevent common people from expanding their capabilities. And so, they began to spread only low-level spells to commoners, and the knowledge and high-level magic remained in their hands. Ard thought they were so afraid of the commoners. Someone called him. Ireina asked if she could really learn to use such magic just by doing as he said. Ard answered positively. He said that it was the original magic that he had created. The hero suggested that she try it. Ireina replied that she understood. The hero thought. Ireina was sad. What he taught Ireina was low-level magic. Ireina tried it. Flames gushed out from the magic circle created by Ireina. The hero asked himself what it was. Ard wondered if that wasn't too much for a simple low-level spell. He wondered what the hell was going on. Ireina screamed that she did it. She screamed that she actually did it. The hero looked at her. Ard replied that that was how it was. The power of this spell was about 1/5 of that of a high-level spell. He thought that it seemed that Ireina was a natural mage, and her power was much higher than average. Ireina began to scream. Ireina said that she was great after all. She continued that perhaps she could even become stronger than the old demon lord. The hero was surprised. Ireina was happy. She asked Arda that it was incredible, wasn't it? The hero agreed with her. Then he began to teach Ireina more often, because they were friends. 3 years later, in the Meteor family home, Ardu was already 15. She opened the front door. It was Mr. Weiss. Ireina was hiding behind him. Ard greeted them. The hero was surprised that Ireina was there. In the dining room, there was plenty of food. Ard said it was obvious she was his daughter. Ireina said she had no idea her father and Ard's parents were friends. Ard's dad asked that they hadn't hidden it, had they? Ard's father was Jack. His mother was Collard. Jack asked if he was right. Weiss agreed. Ireina thanked her for the food. Weiss said that everything was fine. Ard was about to sit next to Ireina. The parents watched silently. Weiss said that they had gathered here today to talk about their future. Ireina asked her father again. Ard looked at him with a questioning look. Weiss replied that that was exactly it. Jack said that it was time to decide what they were going to do next. Ard thought that was what they were talking about. Ard was called out. Weiss asked Ard what he thought about it. The hero replied that he wanted to befriend 100 people. Weiss laughed. He said that Ard was very funny. Weiss asked his daughter what she wanted. He asked that although they had talked about it before, she had not changed her mind. Ireina answered negatively. She said that she wanted to be near Ard. The girl asked if she could do that. Ireina blushed with embarrassment. Weiss smiled. He asked, then, why don't the two of them enroll in a magic academy? Ireina asked her father again. Ard turned his gaze from Ireina to Weiss. His goal was to make many friends, and the best way to do that was to go to the academy. He remembered an incident that had happened a few days ago. Weiss had told Ard that he thought he should have learned common sense. Ard had asked Weiss again. He thought he had been taught some manners. Ireina asked if they could even get into the magic academy. Ard mentally agreed with her. He thought that with Ireina there shouldn't be a problem since she was a noble, but he was a commoner, so even if he could get good grades to get in. He stopped his thoughts. Weiss said not to worry, because there was no such thing as a commoner in the magic academy. Weiss asked if they knew the story of one of the evil god's pieces that escaped its seal about 12 years ago. He added that it had caused quite a stir. Ard answered in the affirmative. He said that 2 great wizards and a hero had sealed it again. Mom and Dad said they were the 2 wizards. Weiss added that he was the hero. They all smiled. Ireina and Ard sat in bewilderment. The hero began to laugh nervously. Weiss said he understood their surprise, but it was true that the 2 of them were special. He added that they therefore shouldn't worry. Ard was still in a stupor. Ard hated being special. That was why he left his previous life. He asked himself why everything turned out this way. Ireina explained that she really wanted to go to the academy. The hero looked at her. Ard looked at her, but then turned his gaze to the table, where there was a variety of food. Jack said that they still had plenty of food left. He told the children to eat and gain strength. Ireina screamed, trying to stop Ard. She told him not to eat so fast because she couldn't keep up. Ard thought that just by looking at her smile, all his doubts quickly disappeared. Weiss watched all of this. Weiss mentally asked Ard what he would do. The carriage stopped. Ireina got out, and then Ard. Ireina complained that she was uncomfortable in the carriage. Ard asked the coachman to bring the luggage to the bedroom. Ard looked at Ireina. Ard said that here it was, the royal capital. They looked at the houses. Ard said they had to go. He activated the magic circle. Ireina screamed, asking what he was doing. The hero explained that he was going to teleport them straight to the academy. Ireina firmly said no. She said that if anyone saw it, they would get into trouble, so they had to walk. Ard wondered if that was really how it was. He thought it was all so problematic. Ireina screamed, asking Ard if he heard her. Ireina extended her hand. Ard thought that this would be quite interesting. That day he did not yet know that his quiet life would not last long. They went to the academy. He, the powerful demon lord, Varvatos, despised the long solitude caused by his power. He was reborn as a villager after thousands of years, living the life he longed for. The hero intended to live a full life surrounded by friends. The hero found a friend. Then, he had to enter the Magic Academy on the recommendation of his parents, who were obviously famous heroes. So, he wouldn't survive it. Bitter school life, like in the past life. The hero tried to be as careful as possible, but he couldn't. Someone shouted, calling for the first-year students to listen to him. The teacher said that this boy was Arda Meteor, and she was Ireina Lizda Algid. He explained that these two were, in fact, the children of the heroes of great heroes. The students looked at the lectern, where the newcomers stood with the teacher. The headmaster of the Lovell Magic Academy, Count Gold, said that Ard was a true prodigy. He added that Ard was many times greater than all of them. The headmaster asked the students to make him the target of their daily training. One of the students said that even though his parents might be wizards, he was still a commoner. Another student said that he should have told Rail Senpai. A third added that he was definitely on his worst list now. Someone else insulted Ard. The hero thought that his happy life had left him. He had already been celebrated on his first day at the academy. Someone extended a hand to Ireina. He called her by name. The young man continued that millions of roses paled before her beauty. Ireina laughed. She replied that, after all, it was she. The girl added that, of course, she was beautiful. She put her arm around Arda. The hero was in full combat readiness. His gaze screamed for his opponent to quickly move away from Ireina. One of the students said her name was Clara. She asked Ard if they could start dating and then get married. Another student answered last, that she shouldn't try to get ahead of them. Ard noticed their argument and turned around. The girls surrounded him. The hero remembered that in his past life, he had been called a corner dude behind his back. He thought that at least with this, he wouldn't look like one of those stereotypical heroes from children's novels. The hero thought that, in any case, these girls were most likely targeting him only because he was the son of great wizards. In his past life, nothing like this had ever happened to him. So, it was precisely these kinds of things that made people hang around him. One of the students said that they had allowed a commoner to cloud their minds. The hero had feelings other than admiration and goodness. Someone shouted, asking what it meant that even an incompetent girl like her could enter this academy. Ireina turned around. Ard wondered what it was. Someone asked that a fight had started. The hero thought it was an elf. Ard thought that his eyes were being pulled, which meant that she was a succubus. The elf asked the girl that she was going to sell her body at school. The girl was uneasy. She tried to object. One of the students asked if it wasn't Arato-kun. Another student asked if she meant Duke Bark's prodigy. Ard listened to their conversation. He asked the student if she knew them. The girl answered positively. She said that the girl's name was Genie. The other girl said that she knew that she was untalented. The student said that he heard that she was the daughter of the count who served Arato-kun's family. Ard said that she had been bullied like that since she was a child. Ginny burst into tears. Ard clenched his fist. He thought it was troublesome. The hero screamed for the elf to stop. Ireina screamed for him to stop right now. She ran towards the elf. Everyone went quiet. Ireina screamed at Arato to stop making fun of her. The elf asked Ireina what she wanted. Ard thought that was to be expected from his best friend. Ard shielded Ireina. He told her to stand behind him. Ard said he heard her. The hero added that he needed to apologize to Ginny-san for what he did. The elf smirked. He asked what it was about the stupid daughter of a heroic baron and the retarded son of great mages. The elf said that it seemed like he got carried away riding on his mom and dad's neck on his first day here. Ard asked who cared who his parents were. He told the elf to apologize to Ginny-san immediately and swear that he would never do anything to anyone again. The elf spat out the contents of his mouth. The spittle fell right at Ard's feet. The elf screamed at him to stop squeaking. He had insulted Ard. One of the students asked what was with his attitude. She added that he was in front of the son of great wizards. The others began to laugh. Someone told Arato that he was cool. Another someone shouted that nothing would scare the prodigy. Ard thought that was pathetic. He asked Arato that he was not going to apologize, no matter what he said. Arato said what about it? He continued that he would think about his words if he won. The elf added that he hardly had the courage to fight him. Ard thought that Ireina would start snapping at him now, due to the obvious provocation. Ireina was indignant. Ard looked at Ireina. He asked if something was wrong. The hero said that he thought she would have taken the bait right away. Ireina said that people called him a child prodigy who was born once every few thousand years, or the son of God, and so on. She continued that he had already become a real mage, although they were the same age, and she couldn't just start a fight with him. The elf grinned. He asked Ard what he was going to do. Ard replied that he was accepting the challenge. Ireina was upset. The opponents stood opposite each other. The other students stood further away and watched. Someone said that this new guy would die right now. Another student said that Arato was the youngest square in history. He went on to say that Eldorado was a real prodigy. The student asked that he could probably defeat great mages if he caught them off guard, right? Eldorado told Ard that it sucked being him, daddy's boy. Ard asked himself, he was the son of a god, wasn't he? He thought he had a bright name, but he didn't look like anyone special. The hero told himself that first things first, he had to test how strong he really was. The elf screamed. The elf activated the magic circle. He cast the spell, Fall Dead. Ard was taken by surprise. There was an explosion. Everyone covered their faces with their hands. Ireina was alarmed. Ard created a protective circle around himself, which saved him. Ard thought it was a basic level magic, a lightning bolt. He expected it to be a full-scale shot, not a warning shot, considering how aggressive he was acting. Someone said that Eldorado silently cast a mid-level lightning blast. He praised the elf. The student told him that Ard-kun was also silent while casting a mega wall. Ireina heard it all. Someone exclaimed that they were both amazing. Ard wondered if the silent casting was really that good. He thought that besides, it was definitely elementary level magic. The hero wondered if it wasn't mid-level, right? The elf laughed. The elf said he wasn't so bad. He insulted Ard. The elf said he took it back when he called him daddy's boy. Ard asked Elrado what he had done to impress him so much. The elf yelled at him to stop acting like he had done something cool. He went on to say that the hero was very wrong if he thought he had impressed him. Ard replied that he thought so. He said that he knew that Elrado had just tested him with that test shot. The elf began to get angry. The elf began to shake. He added that the hero could not grasp the essence of words. He activated the magic circle. An elf insulted Arda. Elrado attacked him. Someone shouted water. Ard screamed that it was dangerous here. He screamed that they had to run. Ard thought that was a good thing. He wondered why he was so skittish. Ard wondered why he had fired another test shot. The elf asked what it meant that he could withstand even his giga flash to the forehead. Ard asked himself again. He asked himself that the power of the giga flare was on a completely different scale. The elf said that he was delighted. He went on to say that it had been a long time since he had someone with whom he could fight at full capacity. Ard understood everything. Ard realized he was bluffing, calling it a simple flash, a giga flash and all that. Ard thought the elf was the Duke's amazing son, a nobody in reality. The elf smirked. He activated the magic circle again. Ard realized that the elf was putting on a show. He asked the elf if he realized that his cruel behavior only made him pathetic. The elf asked him again. Ard said that people would find out one day whether he liked it or not. He went on to say that he knew that he was called the Son of God and such, but that was just a lie to inflate his own ego. The hero asked that he had asked his parents to spread such lies for him, hadn't they? The elf was nervous. He asked again. Ard continued that he understood that young guys like him wanted to show off. He said that he had gone through something similar, so he completely understood. The hero added that he called his low-level magic by original disgusting names and such. He extended his hand to the elf. The elf asked Ard what he was talking about. Ard asked that the Son of God was just a pretense, wasn't it? Ard continued to try to dissuade the elf, but he was very angry. The elf shouted, asking what he was talking about. The elf screamed that he was the first guy in his life who insulted him like that. Ard replied that he understood. He added that it was a first for him too. Ard said that it was the first time he had seen someone spread such a pathetic lie to keep up appearances. The elf was very angry. Ard thought that he should have done it. The hero said to let him show. Magic enveloped the elf, who was confused. Ard said it was a real giga flash. The elf screamed. Someone asked what kind of spell it was. Ireina fell from the shock wave. The elf activated the wall to counter. Ard thought it was impossible to protect himself from the giant flash using a normal wall. He thought he would give him 5 more. The hero used a mid-level defensive magic, a mega wall. Arda's magic protected the opponent. The flash did not disappear. Everyone stood and watched. Ireina smiled. Smoke appeared. The flash disappeared. The elf was in a charred state. All his clothes were burned. Someone asked if he was dead. Ard mentally answered no. Another student said that of course he had fought the son of great wizards. Ard again mentally answered her no. Ard told himself that of course he was alive. He thought that it was against his principles to kill a worthless life like himself. The hero told himself that he would be damned if he actually killed the eldest son of the ducal family. The crowd whispered. Ard turned. Ard reached out to check the elf's condition. He thought that his wounds could be easily healed. The hero activated the magic circle and applied the healing. The charred body of the elf began to change. The elf woke up. He asked if he wasn't supposed to be dead. Someone shouted that he had resurrected him. Ard told himself, as he had repeated for the last time, that he had not died. The hero thought that even if he died, it would not be a problem. Someone said that it was a miracle. One girl began to cry. She explained that he was so noble. The girl asked him to marry her. Ard thought that after all, as long as his spiritual body was still here in this world, he could revive it. Ard approached the elf. He called the elf by name. He was still sitting on the grass. The hero asked, now he understood. He added that it was a real Giga Flash. Ard said that once he was sure, he would not mix it up again. The elf was scared. Ard asked that he won this duel, right? The elf nodded his head. Ard said that now he had to apologize to Ginny-san. The elf ran and began to bow to Ginny. Ginny was surprised. Ard exhaled, and Ireina smiled. Ard thought that, anyway, the look in his eyes when he looked at him was exactly the same as the people who had looked at him so long ago. He continued to think that they were filled with fear and trepidation. Ard told himself that, as scared as he seemed, it seemed they could not be friends anymore. Someone called out to Ard. The girl came up to the hero from behind. She said that he was very good. Ard wondered who she was. He hadn't sensed her approach. The girl asked that he had cast some other magic on Orado-kun at the same time as the Gigaflare, hadn't he? Ard turned around. He answered positively. The hero asked if there had been any problems. The girl said that meant he had double cast. The students began to whisper. Someone asked again. Another student said she was joking. Ard wondered what was with their reaction. He asked the girl that it was just double casting and what. The hero said that he thought it would be great if he cast 20, 30 spells at once. The girl said that the double spell was a lost spell. She continued that in other words, what had just happened should have been impossible. Ard was surprised. The girl asked how exactly he did it. Ard looked at her. The girl in ponytails turned to the boys and asked them all to sit down in their seats. She loudly put a couple of books on the table and said that she was glad to meet the class. The girl introduced herself as Jessica von Berg-La-Meldas de Rainsworth. From now on, she would be their instructor in magical alchemy. Jessica was looking forward to teaching them all. The whole class started discussing the young, talented mistress of the heroic family. Ard and Ireina watched Jessica with interest and listened to her. Jessica opened the book and explained that the potions were relatively new. Only 500 years had passed since their invention. The purpose of their creation was to replace the ancient healing magic that was constantly deteriorating. She began to talk about Veda-sama, the apostle of the 4 heavenly kings. The hero did not even expect that she would actually be an instructor. Last time, the girl left without even giving him a chance to ask her name. Then she said that he showed her something interesting, which meant that she would most likely forget that it even happened. She smiled and said goodbye to the guy, saying that they would see each other. Thanks to her, he now understood what was going on. Ard listened to Jessica very carefully. He should have known that ever since the great demon lord passed away, the amount of magic particles in the air had gradually decreased over the years. Of course, due to the constant reduction, the magic gradually weakened with each passing year, but it seemed that this had absolutely no effect on him. Ard was an outstanding student. That's why everyone looked at him and praised him for being an ordinary villager. He made sure to restore his magic abilities so that he could be an ordinary person before being reborn. But he is an ordinary earthling from the old world. Ard never expected that the magic of this world would deteriorate so much. And yet, no one could have predicted it, be it a former demon lord or not. Meanwhile, Jessica was talking about potions that were very effective substitutes for healing magic. She spoke of the time of the war with the born demons and evil gods that happened several decades ago. Many people lost precious things in that war. Since there were not enough craftsmen who could use healing spells, elixirs were useful. The hero looked around. It was obvious that the disciples would react in just such a gloomy manner. In this world, where most people considered the previous demon lord to be a god, of course, they would resent the demon lord's enemies. There were also demons, and they were still wreaking havoc, causing unrest in the world even now. It's only natural that everyone will hate them. At that moment, the guy looked at Ireina. Listening to Jessica, Ireina sadly lowered her head down. Ard didn't understand why Ireina was acting so strangely. Soon Jessica slammed the thick book shut and said that was all the theory for today. Now the girl suggested moving on to teaching alchemy. She asked the students to go forward and take the materials themselves. At that moment, the classroom doors opened and several elves entered with all the necessary materials in their hands. While Ard was distracted, Ireina called out to him. Now she looked quite happy. Ireina looked at the guy with a smile and suggested going for the notes. The hero stood up from his chair and followed Ireina. He assumed that all of this was just his imagination. Jessica asked the students if they knew about the magical device that evaluates the effectiveness of the potions being created. Ireina suggested that they play Ardu to see who would score more points. She grinned and said that she would not lose to him this time. The guy thought that she was behaving quite nicely. That was great. Ard thought he would try to lose to her today. Ireina looked pretty cute when she was angry about losing, but today he wanted to see Ireina acting happy after she won against him. Ard looked thoughtfully at the tincture that stood in front of him on the table. This concept did not exist in the old world, but he learned to make it from the books in the library. It was quite strange for him to use a specially designed unique magic circle for something like this. In the old world, they were only used for exceptional purposes. The magic in this world had fallen further than he could imagine. Soon his potion was ready. After all, it was a completely ordinary potion, which was clear and green, like everyone else's. Ard was curious about how Ireina was doing. The boy noticed that her potion had turned bright red for some reason. Ireina assumed that Ard would give up and admit that she had one. Her potion looked good. Ard smiled and said that the fight was not over until there was a final result. He was determined to lose to her this time. Meanwhile, Jessica was testing a potion on one of the students. Since it only reached 30 points, she promised to give him an extra task later. The student hoped that she was not serious. Ireina was next in line. Jessica held out the measuring device for Ireina to pour her potion into. As soon as Jessica saw the result, her eyes widened. She explained to Ireina that it was wonderful, because her potion had reached 12,000. This meant that she was passing with amazing marks. The girl lifted her head proudly and grinned. She thought that this simply summed up how great she was. Ard thought meanwhile that Ireina was magnificent. He noticed that Ireina looked in his direction and smiled at him. While she was surrounded by crowds of admiring students, she constantly stared at him with big eyes shining with happiness. The guy grinned, looking at her satisfied face. Of course, he praised Ireina for her good work, which made her very happy. The girl jumped for joy, and Jessica suggested that they move on. Next on the list was Ard. The teacher approached the student and smirked. She told him that she had high hopes for him as a young prodigy. The hero, of course, wanted to ask her for forgiveness, but he was not going to give her what she wanted. It was a completely ordinary and normal potion. With these thoughts, the guy poured his potion into the meter. Ard thought that things would not always be as she wanted them to be. But to his surprise, the girl said that his account was apparently immeasurable to her. This greatly shocked her. Jessica looked at the device, pale, trying to figure out what was going on. This device could even record elixirs, so she thought it was impossible. Jessica asked Ard how this was even possible. She asked him to correct her if she was wrong. It seemed to her that Ard had added sage drops to the potion. The students' faces also twisted when they heard this. They believed that sage drops were nothing more than fairy tales and fiction. In other words, the guy made a legendary potion that could turn someone into a superhuman and revive the dead. The hero told the shocked students that it was an ordinary potion. He created it according to the instructions in a book he read in his parents' library, so there could be no mistake. It was surprising to everyone that he had visited the personal library of great heroes. Jessica wanted to know the name of this book. The hero thought it was Arthurian-style alchemy or something like that. Jessica couldn't believe his words and wanted to clarify his answer. She couldn't believe that he meant the treasured book written by the most legendary alchemist. But Ard didn't even know that this treasured book was something quite valuable. The boy remembered that his parents were truly heroes. This meant that he had made a pretty big mistake. Ard tried to explain that it was all thanks to his ancestors. Without knowing anything, he was able to create the legendary potion with their help. All this was important when creating potions. You could call it a magic circle. But if he didn't have enough magic to support it, he wouldn't be able to create anything. The amount of mana needed to recreate one of these would have to be tens of thousands of times more than normal. Jessica never thought he could handle all this. He really was an outstanding student. The students were delighted and exclaimed Ardu that it was pretty cool. One of the girls even proposed to marry her, and the rest just thought it was incredible. Ireina grinned and proudly said that it was her Ard. At the moment when the class was heatedly discussing the achievements of the Ard, someone quietly peeked into their classroom. The long-haired girl looked at Arda and smiled. Still quietly and unnoticed, the girl turned around and went deeper into the corridors. Soon Jessica led her students into the dark dungeon. Apparently, the students were nervous when they were there. A bearded old elf asked to listen and told the children that this was the last lesson for today, which would take place in the dungeon of the academy. The old man asked the children to relax, as everything would be fine as long as they remained on the upper levels. Considering that it was their first time attending this class, the old man suggested that they relax. First, they were told how to hunt monsters and cut them down. The boy did not understand how things turned out this way. He never thought that he would stand out even more. Ard had to pull himself together. While he was thinking, the old man was telling him that today they would go down to the 3rd level and kill black wolves. They had to cut their skins and bring them to him, then he would be able to evaluate their quality. He hoped that all the students understood him. The teacher asked the students to do these things in groups of 3. For Ard, these were quite traumatic words. These were words that cruelly ravaged his lonely heart. The boy grabbed his head and thought that this was not good. He remembered the trauma from his past life, but all of that was in the past. Now he was a completely different person. All the girls began to argue about who would go in the group with the hero. One of them asked Ard to allow her to join him, but the other looked at her with displeasure and said that she would be the one to go with him. The hero smiled at everyone and thought about his choice. His gaze caught on a poor girl who was apparently alone. She looked around, but no one paid attention to her. Tears welled up in her eyes from the insult. The hero recognized the girl who was being bullied by Varvatos, a rude elf. Just at that moment, Ireina came up to Ginny and grabbed her hand. Ireina offered to go with her and Ard. Hearing this offer, the girl was surprised at first, and then began to cry again. Ginny wasn't sure that someone like her could go with them, but Ireina had no doubts. She wanted to know the Ard's opinion and asked him a question. The guy was surprised by Ireina's behavior, but of course, he didn't object at all. He thought that Ireina was a truly wonderful person. Ireina turned out to be incredibly kind and full of love for others. She took Ginny's hand with a smile and pulled her along. Now that their entire group was assembled, the guy suggested that they go into the dungeon. The dark dungeon was a lair of monsters. It was a place that continually created monsters until they reached a fixed limit. This meant that the cave was the perfect place to carry out their mission. Ginny couldn't believe that the hero had instantly destroyed a pack of wolves and exclaimed that it was amazing. Ireina boasted that Ard had already been able to hunt wolves when he was 12 years old. Ginny was even more surprised when she heard this. Ard knew that the dungeon contained a strange system compared to real life, but the hero doubted whether this news made sense. In any case, they couldn't get the skins they needed to complete the mission when they were like this. The boy looked at the remains of the wolf's ashes and thought that it was pretty hard to restrain himself. Ginny was still unsure and asked the boys if she could really go with them. Ireina didn't understand why she said that. She was just so glad that they both invited her. All she did was hold them both back. At least that's what she thought. Ireina exclaimed that it wasn't like that at all. When she was around such wonderful people, she felt out of place, so maybe it was better for her not to be here. Ireina felt sorry that Ginny thought that way. Ard realized that Ginny had a habit of humiliating herself. It was probably because of the long-term abuse she received from Varvatos. This situation continued, hurting her self-esteem. The hero had more or less gone through the same thing as a child, so he understood why she acted that way. There were people who supported him. Having them around calmed him down a lot. If he could become strong even after this, then Ginny could definitely become the same. With these thoughts, Ard called out to Ginny. He wanted to teach the genie magic and asked her opinion on this matter. At first, Ginny could not believe his words and clarified his proposal. Ard might not be experienced yet, but he could at least help her. Ginny was so confused and embarrassed that she looked away. The girl even closed her eyes in shame and fear, but the hero simply extended his hand to her and called her by name. Ard was going to give her the self-confidence she so lacked, having experience in this. Ard knew that as she became stronger, then she would surely regain her former determination. The hesitant genie extended her hand to Ard. At least that's what Ard thought. Ginny screamed in fear as a sparkling seal formed in front of her hands. Ireina called out to the girl, not understanding what was wrong with her. Ginny was a succubus, and succubi were supposed to have their own magic. It seemed that her serious self-esteem issues were affecting her ability to use magic. Meanwhile, Ireina ran to the fallen genie to make sure she was okay. The girl sadly lowered her head and knelt down. As she thought, she really couldn't get stronger, but Ard didn't think so. The guy believed that she could achieve this, and he was going to make her stronger. Ginny's face went pale with uncertainty. She didn't understand why Ard was going to do this. Ginny asked Ard why he cared so much about her, when in his eyes she was probably just a pebble. Ard said that of course it wasn't. There was no way the stone could look as beautiful as she did. Everyone had their own stories. Even though she didn't know how to shine yet, she was the main character in her own story. The hero believed that she also wanted to shine and asked the girl a question. Tears welled up in Ginny's eyes again. She clenched her hands into fists in excitement and said that it was true. Ard thought that nothing could be done about it. He wanted to keep it a secret, but it was to make her more confident. The guy asked her to calm down, because he would teach her one of his signature spells. His offer interested the genie, as well as Ireina. Ginny didn't understand what signature spell he was talking about. Just as they were talking, a black wolf emerged from the depths of the dungeon. The boy asked to watch him carefully and raised his finger up. He ran it through the air, leaving a sparkling thread like a ribbon. There was a powerful explosion that fell on the wolf. The girls covered their faces with their hands from the terrible shock wave. None of them understood what had just happened. The guy suggested that the genie create a pseudo-magic circle in the air and then cast a spell. It was called script magic, which he came up with. The girls were stunned by his words. They couldn't believe that Ard had actually come up with it himself. The boy didn't pay any attention to them, but only glanced at the wolf's skin that they could take with them. Ginny said that only a demon lord could do that and create such a spell of his own. Ireina shuddered, but she did not stop grinning and saying that it was her Ard. Even Ireina was surprised, which was rare. The boy asked the girls to calm down. He meant that he knew it was pretty crazy, but he had to do it for Ginny. Script magic used magical particles in the air to create a pseudo-magic circle. This way, anyone could use it without worrying about their mana. The guy thought it was pretty easy and asked the girls about it. The girls looked at the guy in surprise, and then looked at each other. Later, Ginny tried to do the same when they encountered another black wolf. The wolf burst into flames in Ginny's bright light. Ginny was surprised that she managed to do it. She happily ran up to the Ard, saying that she had succeeded. Ard was glad that the girl soon regained her confidence. Ginny found it hard to believe that she actually didn't need to use mana to do this. She swiped her finger through the air. The hero said that only a weak spell could be activated this way, so it was mostly used for feints or beating up weaklings. Now Ard suggested moving on to the skins. Before he could come to his senses, Ireina had already done everything. With eyes shining with happiness, the girl picked up the knife and said that everything was ready. From now on, they got black wolf fur, which was quite common and reached 50 quality points. Ginny exclaimed that it was amazing. As expected from Ireina, she did a great job. But until now, the guy felt like it was some kind of waste. The girls looked questioningly at Arda, who said something incomprehensible. Ireina didn't understand what he meant and asked about it. The guy cursed mentally, because he didn't want to say it out loud. Ireina got angry and asked to lay it out as it was. Ginny also became interested in Ard's opinion. The boy thought that it was possible to say this and asked to keep it a secret. With these words, he raised his hand and conjured a seal in front of him. Using a magic seal, the boy caused a flash of fire to fall upon the black skin. He showed the girls that they could get better quality black wolf pelts if they skinned them while they were hot. The skin would not look any different than if they had done it normally. Finally, the girls looked at the resulting black wolf fur, which turned out to be first class and had a quality of 300 units. This seemed unthinkable to them. In fact, the wool looked somehow different. Ireina suggested comparing them. In that case, Ard decided to use something. He directed his magic at the skins of the black wolves, and they glowed with a bright flame. Ginny thought they didn't need to burn them, but Ireina asked them to take a closer look. The first-class hide had no damage at all, so they could tell them apart. Ginny explained to Ardu that it was simply amazing. Ireina explained that it was pretty cool and suggested that the guy learned it from Uncle Jack. In fact, the hero learned it from his past life, but agreed with Ireina's suggestion. The girls thought that everyone would be surprised when they saw this. Ard was afraid that if other students found out about this, his reputation would be damaged. Surely everyone would praise Ard and say that he was amazing. Before the hero could offer Ireina to throw this thing away, the floor beneath their feet suddenly fell. the heroes found themselves right in the middle of a black abyss. At first, the girls did not understand what had happened, but then in an instant they grabbed the Ard with frightened cries. The Ard, crushed by the girls, fell into the black hole along with his group. The group of Arda fell down somewhere in the dungeon. The height was quite large, and their group soon found themselves in some spacious room with a dome. The guy and the genie looked around. Ireina was seething with anger, not understanding what had happened. Apparently, their group fell into the dungeon. It seemed that they were in the owner's room of the floor. With these words, the hero extended his hand to Ireina and helped her up. Ireina did not understand what owner's room he was talking about. Before she could ask this question, a huge shadow appeared in front of them, as if from nowhere. The group turned around and noticed a huge minotaur in front of them, 10 times larger than them. The monster raised its huge leg and was about to crush the small midges. The girls closed their eyes in fear. In the last seconds, the hero grabbed the girls by the waist and dodged the kick. Ard landed deftly on the ground and knelt down, still holding the girls in both hands. He helped Ireina and Ginny to their feet. The group looked back at the large minotaur. The monster stood in place and watched the boys angrily. After that, he picked up one of the wolf corpses that was hanging on his belt and threw it into his mouth. Right before the horrified genie's eyes, the creature devoured the wolf and stained itself with blood. Ginny fell back in horror at what she saw. Ireina also did not expect to see such a huge and bloodthirsty minotaur here. Ireina was overcome by a fit of fear, because of which neither the genie nor Ireina could move from their place. Meanwhile, the boy looked at the monster with cold blood. He couldn't believe that this wretched cow could be a minotaur. It was different from the minotaur he knew. Ard stood in front of the huge monster and said that it would do for him to warm up. The hero was about to teach the genie her final lesson in script magic. When the huge minotaur swung his weapon at Ard, the frightened girls asked him to be careful. But Ardu only needed his index finger to stop the blow of his huge club. He smirked and told the minotaur that even a tiny beetle wouldn't die from such a flimsy blow. He hoped the minotaur understood him. Apparently, these words made the monster even more angry. Ard was about to give Ginny her first lesson. In close combat like this, script magic wasn't ideal. With that, the boy punched the minotaur in the stomach. His blow was so powerful that it sent the monster flying back and slammed it into the wall. The hero said that it would be open to the enemy when projecting the magic circle, so he had to remember to keep his distance from the enemy. As if nothing had happened, Ard shook his hands and looked at the girls. The girls couldn't believe their eyes. Ireina laughed and explained that the Arda could be counted on. The hero moved on to the second lesson. He raised his index finger and said that script magic was extremely effective when used against enemies who were far away from them. After explaining, he used a rocket bomb on the minotaur, and the monster's body began to be covered in small explosions from all sides. The main advantage of violin magic was how quickly it could be used. The hero continued to activate explosions on the minotaur's body. The monster could not even get close to the enemy, as it was constantly hindered by explosions from all sides. As you can see, unlike normal magic, script magic can be used quickly and without delay. If her opponent loosens his grip even for a moment, she can unilaterally dominate him like now. Now this minotaur was on the verge of death, which meant the hero had to do it. Ireina waved her hands and exclaimed that the Ard was pretty cool. Ard turned to the genie and asked her to finish off this minotaur. The girl could not believe her ears and fell into a stupor. The hero said she could do it if she did it after him. That's what she had to do to change. A shudder ran through the genie's body. Unsure, Ginny turned pale and beads of sweat appeared on her face. She looked away from the Ard and towards the wounded minotaur. Ginny wanted to make an excuse, but the guy asked her to show at least a little courage. He thought that Ginny wanted to shine just like everyone else. She must have wanted to change. Hearing his words, Ginny stopped her tears. Ard told her that this decisive moment would change her life. Ginny always tried to turn a blind eye to all the painful things that continued to happen to her. She remembered the times when Varvatos had bullied her. He would constantly take away her toys, slip her nasty creepy things, or just pull her hair and humiliate her. She never understood why Varvatos treated her like that. The elf grinned evilly, clutching her stuffed bunny. He convinced the little genie that she was worthless. Whenever Ginny was in pain, she would always lock herself in a room. She believed that a noble person, like a demon lord, would come and save her. With tears in her eyes, she would fall asleep over her book. And since then she has been waiting for this unknown man to come and save her. But the girl understood that nothing would change if she sat silently and waited for him. Ginny wiped away her tears and stood up resolutely. She promised that she would never run away again. With these thoughts, she stood boldly in front of the minotaur. Ginny explained that she would change and repeated the attack of the Ard. She extended her index finger forward and swiped through the air, releasing magic. The minotaur's body was covered in powerful explosions. Soon the whole body of the minotaur was covered with bright flames. Ireina was delighted with the magic of the genie. Ardu was also pleased to watch this. The system notified Ginny that she had defeated the normal minotaur. Ginny fell to her knees, thinking that she had been able to change. The boy extended his hand to Ginny to help her to her feet. He smiled and praised the girl, saying that she had done a great job. Ireina also nodded her head approvingly. Ginny replied that it was all thanks to Ardu. The hero did not agree with her, because she had defeated this minotaur on her own, and with her own strength. Ginny looked blankly at her hands, trying to comprehend her power and the words that had been spoken to her. She clenched her hands into fists and thanked Arda for his help. Soon the old elf greeted the boys who had returned back. He offered to give him the skins of the black wolves for evaluation. All the students immediately turned their attention to Ard's team. They couldn't wait to see what he had brought. Ard apologized, but he wanted to disappoint them. They certainly didn't take the minotaur's skin. The hero thought that this time he would definitely get a perfect average. But for some reason, upon seeing the wolf's skin, the old elf turned pale with amazement. For a while, he tried to understand what was going on here. They brought back 300th quality skins. This meant that these skins were first class. The hero had completely forgotten that he had previously shown the girls how to raise their level. The guy thought that he could still somehow get out of this unscathed and began to explain. But the girls in his group grinned and exclaimed that he had gotten them by a special trick. It was the Ard who had done it, and this was the skin he had gotten. Suddenly, Ard realized that he had screwed up, and there was no way he could get away from them anymore. The girls in the class wanted to see their wolf skins. Ginny looked quite happy, and Ard noticed it. At least, not considering this situation, Ginny could now smile brightly. The guy decided that he would take attention to himself just this once. A certain girl came up to the guy from behind and said that, apparently, the rumors about him were not lying. The hero looked back and saw a gorgeous long-haired girl with ears. She was in great shape, which was visible under her tight clothes. The girl assumed that they were meeting Ard Meteor for the first time. Ard looked at the girl with concern, not understanding why they were here. The students remembered that she was one of the famous apostles. Some of the students had heard that she was a private instructor at the academy, but they did not expect that she could come here in person. She was Arda's former subordinate, one of the 4 heavenly kings, the former commander of the army he once led. This girl was named Olivia Woolwine. At that time, there were 4 heavenly kings, subordinates of the Arda, each of whom specialized in his own field. One of them was Olivia. She was his most trusted subordinate, and they were like real brother and sister. But of course, this only lasted until he became known as the Demon Lord. All the subordinates bowed before their master. Before the hero had time to look back, all his subordinates were afraid of him and looked at him differently. Without exception, Olivia also fell into the same category. Once Ard decided to call out to Olivia. The girl silently knelt down to the master and bowed her head before him. The hero was terribly upset by this, and soon found himself alone. He felt betrayed, and it was a painfully difficult experience. However, that didn't explain why he gave up his position as the Demon Lord. They must have been angry at him for abandoning them and reincarnating without their knowledge. The hero hoped that he would not meet her in his second life, but now all this was in the past. Olivia had heard that an interesting student had recently been admitted, so she had been given permission to keep a close eye on him today. As one would expect from the son of great wizards, it was clear that he was certainly extraordinary. Olivia couldn't understand the reason, but she seemed to sense his mana. The girl couldn't understand who Ard Meteor really was. In that case, if he really was, he would be punished accordingly. Ard would be beaten half to death and, on top of that, isolated from society. After all, he had disappeared for millennia, abandoning his post. Olivia thought he would get off easy. Ard couldn't believe that Olivia had actually figured everything out. It was impossible, because he was now an ordinary villager. There was no way anyone could figure out who he really was, not even Olivia. The hero said that he was the son of a great wizard, no more no less. For some time Olivia looked at Ard, trying to recognize the lie. She turned around and headed back. This time Olivia agreed with him, and said that she would let him go. She smirked and clarified that she would do it only this time, after which she left the dungeon. Later, the hero laid down on his bed. His room was in the dormitory of the Magic Academy for commoners. Ard could not forget that smile of Olivia. She definitely thought Ard was a barbarian. The hero was sure she knew about him. The punishment for abandoning his post was too terrifying to even think about. While he was thinking, someone knocked on Ard's door. The hero did not understand who could come to him at such a late hour. At the entrance, he saw Ireina in a white lace nightgown. She wished Ardu a good evening and smiled. Ireina went into the room and said that it was quite confusing to separate them just because commoners and nobles went to different dormitories. She had already complained to the dormitory manager about this. The manager then told Ireina that she could visit him, but not the other way around, because he was considered a commoner. So Ireina decided to drop in on him. Looking at Ireina in her tempting nightgown, Ard covered his face with his hand and thought that she looked pretty cute. The hero wanted to tell her that it was already quite late, so she should go back. Ireina asked Ard to listen to her. Ard did not understand Ireina's behavior and looked at the girl questioningly. Ireina felt too lonely when she was alone, so she would like to stay in his room and sleep with him. In the end, Ard and Ireina laid down on the bed. Ireina closed her eyes, smiling and throwing her hand over the guy's shoulder. Ard felt Ireina's nightgown pressing on him and felt awkward. He apologized for how cramped it was, but Ireina said not to worry about it. She liked sleeping like this. It reminded her of when they were little. Ireina soon fell asleep, and Ard felt her warm breath coming from her. In her sleep, part of her nightgown slipped off the girl's shoulder. Ard knew he wasn't holy enough to sleep like that. Ireina was his precious friend, and she was also the precious daughter of Uncle Weiss, who had asked him to look after her. He couldn't afford to look at her inappropriately. Suddenly, he heard Ireina say his name in her sleep. The hero stared at the girl with interest. Apparently, she was confessing her love to him, but Ard did not quite understand her words. He stroked the girl's head. She was quite cute when she talked in her sleep. The hero understood that if everyone found out that he was actually the Lord of the Demons Varvatos, then everyone would definitely look at him as some kind of terrible monster. The same thing happened when he was still a Varvatos. With these thoughts, Ard looked again at the sleeping Ireina. The hero understood that if Ireina looked at him like that, he would definitely be broken, so he would make sure to live his life normally. Ard looked thoughtfully out the window. Meanwhile, Olivia was standing in a tree opposite their dorm. The girl looked into the dark windows and smirked. She was thinking about a plan to make Ard take off his mask. Aliens were the name given to those beings whom the people of this world called evil gods. They gave birth to a race known as demons. By ruling over demons, they continued to rule over humans through fear and terror. Humans who blessed the aliens enjoyed a life of wealth, while on the other hand, there were those who lived in misery until they died. Standing against the aliens' tyrannical rule and seeking to save the people, there was a certain young man. This young man was a barbarian, born of commoners. Together with Olivia, he declared a rebellion against the current government and challenged the perverted world. He sealed the evil gods in another world, thus bringing peace to this world. However, the magical empire of the Lavilles, that is, their empire, was still under the terrible rule of people with an insurmountable greed, still worshipping strangers as true gods. And so the battles, led by the so-called force of justice, in particular the false heroes who tried to defeat the demon lord, continued to rage. Then Varvatos asked the heroes to listen to him carefully. He declared that the only true king was Varvatos. This is the story our heroes were listening to when they found themselves in the front rows of the play. Genie was clearly in love with the demon lord, exclaiming that he looked absolutely stunning. To be honest, the hero thought the play was really interesting, but he had something he needed to think about. He didn't understand what was wrong with their personalities. Ard meant that they were tough, but still, the four heavenly kings and the other commanders were just regular old believers, not some out-and-out heroic figures. He understood that they were trying to make things dramatic, but it was just awful. The one who was destined to be a hero was actually quite defiant. Genie wanted to know Ireina's opinion. She could feel Ireina shaking during the play. Ireina puffed out her cheeks and said that she wasn't scared of the Dragon King at all. If the hero remembered correctly, the scene of the murder of the Dragon King in the first part was depicted too bloody. It was rather cute to see Ireina tremble at such a fictitious story. Before he could think about it, he felt soft forms under his hand. It was the genie who grabbed the boy's hand and said that the play was super fun. Ard agreed with her and looked at the happy genie in surprise. Genie blushed and admitted that watching her with Ard made her a little more interesting. Ard didn't even have time to answer, as the girl pulled him by the hand and exclaimed that she was just joking. As a result, the genie was pressed against the Ard throughout the day. The hero was still not at all used to this, and did not know what to do in such a situation. Looking at them from the side, Ireina blushed angrily and puffed out her cheeks. In the end, she couldn't stand it any longer and grabbed Ard's other hand. She jealously pulled him towards herself and suggested that the guys finally move on. Genie smiled at the hero and suggested going in her direction. Ireina pulled him towards her again and suggested going in the other direction. Ard could only feel his shoulders falling away. He didn't understand how this could have happened. The boy asked permission to start all over again. Suddenly, during their walk, Genie called out to Ard and asked him to go on a date with her tomorrow. Ireina and Ard, who were walking ahead, looked back at Ginny. Ireina turned pale from shock, and the hero stared at Ginny in confusion. Ard didn't quite understand her, and decided to check if she really was talking about a date. Ginny confirmed it. Ireina was shaking with anger. Ard thought she meant the kind of date that couples go on. But Ard was sure that wasn't how they were in a relationship. He didn't even know Ginny was that brave, but apparently she wasn't always like that. The hero didn't even know what to answer her, but the genie couldn't wait to hear his answer. Ard had no idea why she was asking him out. Come to think of it, it might be the norm among succubi, considered alpha females. Then he might as well see that she could finally smile again. Ard told Ginny that he didn't mind going out with her. Ginny couldn't believe her luck. At that moment, Ireina called out to them and ordered them to hold still. It looked like she was about to explode with anger and jealousy. She explained that she wanted to go with them too and asked for permission. Ginny smiled and happily agreed with her, because the more people, the merrier. Ireina couldn't believe her ears and decided to check with Ginny. Ginny smiled and said that she hadn't planned to take Arda for herself. In truth, she would have preferred it if Ard had been able to create a harem for himself. Just imagining it made the girl clutch her red, burning cheeks. And to make this happen, she and Miss Ireina would be the first two members of his harem. From that moment on, she offered to work on finding more girls for their harem. Ireina and Ard stood rooted to the spot, not even knowing what to say to that. Ireina looked questioningly at Ard and asked what Ginny was talking about. Ginny came up to Ireina and said that it was quite lovely. She whispered into Ireina's ear what it meant to be in a harem. The more the girl learned about it from the genie, the more she blushed. Eventually, Ireina's head just boiled. She exclaimed many times that it was wrong to do that, and it was no good. She would never allow an Ardu to have a harem. Ireina waved her hands in anger, which surprised the genie. Ireina screamed that she would never let other girls get Ard, because he was her best friend. Ginny sighed heavily and said that it was a real pity. For some reason, Ard's stomach hurt at that moment. In any case, Ginny would like to put her plans for the harem aside. She smiled and said that she already had a date planned, so she was looking forward to it. Ginny waved goodbye and said that they would see each other tomorrow. Ireina turned around angrily in the opposite direction and suggested that Ardu leave from here. Ginny looked back at the boys with a sly grin. She thought about what she should do with Miss Ireina. Ard felt Ginny's gaze on him and turned around, but Ginny was already far away. He thought he heard something. Ireina looked questioningly at the Ard, who stopped for a moment and looked back. As a result of all this, the hero got a strange date. Ginny and Ireina literally leaned on him and asked to try their food. Passers-by could not take their surprised looks away and thought that this guy was very lucky. The girls kept pulling him in different directions and asking him to open his mouth wider. Ard couldn't call it a real date. Ard noticed that Ginny looked a little different today. Ginny agreed with him and said that she had taken the time to choose good clothes for today's date. She was curious to know what she looked like. She was wearing a rather light erotic dress, reminiscent of a nightgown. All her curves were just hanging out. Not only did the dress barely conceal her ample bust, her skirt almost exposed her rear. Ard said it was gorgeous, and the dress looked great on her. Ginny thanked him for the compliment and looked at the happy Ireina. Ireina walked silently next to them and munched on her dessert. Ginny looked at Ireina with a challenging look, letting her know that this was her victory. Ireina noticed the challenging look and nervously swallowed the rest of her food. Ireina didn't understand what Ginny meant and asked her a question. Ginny smiled and pretended she hadn't said anything. Ireina was furious and ordered him to stop making fun of her. Ignoring her, Ginny pulled Art along with her and suggested that he go further. Ireina couldn't hold back the steam coming out of her ears. It seemed like she was about to explode from jealousy. Art noticed that Ireina was acting extremely strangely. Suddenly, he heard Ginny grin and say that she was like an eyesore. Art looked at the genie, but the genie seemed to say nothing and smiled sweetly at Art as if nothing had happened. The hero felt like something had happened. He couldn't believe that Ginny could actually be a fraud. On the way, the boys met a cute dog with its owner. Ireina stroked the dog, and then they walked along the bridge. On the way, they noticed flying white doves. During their walk, the girls saw a beautiful big teddy bear in a shop window. It looked pretty cute from the outside. All things considered, it was a beautiful day. While the girls were admiring the teddy bear, Ard heard male voices. A man told the woman that she was being rather stubborn. Ard turned his head towards the dark alley and noticed several hooded people there. One of them suggested finally killing her, but the second man asked him not to hurry, since they were not finished yet. One of them believed that even the queen would not last more than a minute against this. Ireina heard them too and didn't understand what was wrong with these people. Ginny was also worried about what they were saying about the queen. One of the masked men said that the time had come and ordered everyone to move out. Ireina was about to stop them, but Ard managed to cover her mouth with his hand. Ard asked her to shut up. Ireina looked questioningly at the guy. She didn't understand why they couldn't intervene. The hero had already decided that he would live his normal life. However, he couldn't rule out that it could be something serious. The girls looked at Ard as seriously, waiting for his actions. They pressed him so hard with their withering gaze that Ard made a decision. He suggested that the girls follow these people unnoticed. Ginny and Ireina agreed and followed Ard. Carefully peeking out from around the corner, the boys noticed that a group of people in cloaks were heading further and further into the narrow alleys. They continued to follow them until the group finally stopped. The strangers opened the hatch and climbed down while no one was looking. Ireina nodded approvingly to the Ardu, and they followed them down the hatch. Having descended, the group of Arda looked around. They found themselves in front of a large grate with doors that fenced off the sewer. According to Arda, the sewers were the perfect place to plan his crimes. Ard peered cautiously around the corner and noticed the black cloaks again. The boys hid around the corner and watched the strangers. It looked like they were using some kind of magic. There was a large seal on the wall. Ard realized what it could be. Before he could voice his guess, the man behind them ordered the group not to move. The girls looked back in fear. A group of people told the boys that if they moved, they would kill them. It became clear to the boy that they were trapped. The masked man had to say that they had taken the bait well. He asked the boys to remember that they shouldn't have even resisted. Their lives were now under his control. He said that if he activated this magic circle, their children would suffer a slow and painful death from the hellfire. The girls were horrified when they heard this, but Ard just chuckled. The leader of the group did not understand why Ard was laughing in such a situation. He could only praise the boy for his bravery. Ard clearly did not understand that he could end his life if he wanted. Ard, with all indifference, said that he would not do it. He had two simple reasons for this. First, he didn't ambush them while they were on guard. That meant he had no intention of harming them. If he had, they would have chosen the best situation to attack them. On top of that, they simply had to conduct their negotiations within earshot in a place that was easily audible. He had even gone through all the trouble to bring them to this room to intimidate them. Based on these facts, it was clear that their plan was to take them alive. Ard suggested moving on to the second reason. His words enraged the group leader, and he activated the magic seal behind his back. The girls looked at Arda in fear as his entire body burst into flames. The stranger laughed and said that the boy was only half right. They were right that they had no intention of killing any of them in the first place. The only people they needed to capture alive were their main targets, and they were not them. The leader believed that such a brazen brat like Arda could not only burn in hellfire. He was sure that his presence would not interfere with their plans in any way. All the people who were involved in this cult grinned insolently, but soon their satisfied faces began to distort in doubt. The leader didn't understand why the boy could still stand even when his entire body was burning in flames. This fire should have killed him. Ard didn't understand why he had to explain this, since he was still alive. The leader was even more amazed that the hero could speak. He thought that was impossible, because even his inside should have turned to dust long ago. Either way, Ard was going to get out of here. He moved on to the second reason, the reason why he wasn't scared of him. Ard knew his magic wouldn't work on him. Even if dozens of ants tried to hunt the lion, the king would trample them without a fight or remorse. This meant that the hero had no reason to fear his spells. When his body was freed from the flames, the girls sighed in admiration. All the people involved in the cult were confused and bewildered. Ard said that there was still flame inside him, and he breathed it out like a dragon. It was a continuous spell, and it would not stop burning its target until the circle itself disappeared. Ard was actually annoyed by this. He gathered fire magic in his palm and fired it at the leader and the others. A huge flaming ball formed in the place where the people were standing. It exploded and broke through the wall with the magic seal. After the damage, the seal's light disappeared and it stopped working. The masked men turned pale and exclaimed that it was impossible. The boy smiled and thought that was the end of it. The leader of the group still didn't understand how he managed to survive. Ard replied that it was all simple. If he wanted to constantly burn and damage him, all he had to do was simply heal himself over and over again, healing his damage. What Ard meant by that was that he managed to deal with the destructive power of the flames through his own healing, without even casting a healing spell. The masked men screamed that it was simply unthinkable. Even if what he said was true, it didn't change the fact that he was still burning alive. The intense pain from the burns to his inside should have rendered him unable to cast the spell in the first place. He shouldn't have been able to cast a spell from that level of pain. It seemed that people's sense of pain dulled over time, just like their magic. All of these circumstances were getting on the leader's nerves. He ordered the group to calm down, as they had no reason to be afraid. They believed that there were more of them anyway, so they could take them by numbers. The hero knew without this that they would not let them go so easily. Nowadays, most mages can only cast one spell at a time. Because of this, of course, a group of weak mages would have an advantage over one stronger mage. The stronger ones often couldn't keep up, which would lead to their death. For example, a master-level mage would lose to 20 ordinary mages. But alas, this assumption was based on modern master-level magicians. Ard felt he couldn't worry about these little bugs all the time. The hero looked at the girls with a smile and told them that he still had a date. Snapping his fingers, the boy said it was time for them to wrap up. The group of people looked up and noticed a huge magical seal above them. The magic seal released a multitude of lightning bolts and paralyzed all the people in the area. A group of people fell to the ground from severe burns. The hero looked at the fallen people with indifference. Of course, this theory of numbers was not applicable to him, the level of a demon lord. The hero turned to the only surviving person, the leader of the group. He said he had left it for last on purpose. Not knowing the reason why he had targeted them, the Ard would now constantly remember it before going to sleep. The boy offered the enemy a kind confession. The man under the mask twisted his face in displeasure. The leader screamed at the top of his lungs and said that the guy was a real monster. Ard realized he was breaking down like a bitter loser. It wasn't like he wouldn't talk anytime soon. It was like a thorn in Ard's side. In this case, Ard decided to use mind control to make the leader tell him everything. Hearing this, the group leader became even more worried. He ordered the boy not to think that everything would always go according to his plan. Immediately after his words, the leader felt a strange force on himself. His body began to burn in black flames, causing the enemy to scream at the top of his lungs. Ireina covered her eyes from the terrible flow of energy. Genie was shocked, not understanding where this black aura came from. As a result, the man who was attacked by the Ard began to transform into a strange shaggy creature. Horns grew on his head, and large wings appeared behind his back. It seemed that the Ard was not surprised at all. Right before the eyes of the girls and Arda, the man in the mask turned into a winged creature. The girls explained that it was a real demon. While the girls were shaking with fear, Ard looked completely unshakable. He only looked back at the people lying down. He wondered if these people were also demons. But it looked like they were ordinary people who had been brainwashed by the leader with magic. In any case, the hero was not going to back down from what he had to do. If he was challenged, he would answer it. He ordered the demon to attack him first. The demon was not going to wait and cast a magic seal over his head. Ard stepped forward and covered the girls with his hand. The demon cast a flash of lightning. His magic was not aimed at the Ard group, but at the ceiling. His powerful lightning bolt punched a hole in the ceiling, allowing bright daylight to stream into the sewer. The monster flapped its wings and quickly headed towards the exit. Ireina assumed that the demon had decided to escape. Genie agreed with her assumption. Ard called out to the girls. He asked to leave the bodies here, because most likely they do not have important information. He was going to go after this demon. The girls were completely confused. They were still in shock that this demon could fly. Genie suggested going back to the exit to the surface and just going somewhere. Ard didn't understand why they had to go back the way they came. If the demon had flown, he could do it too. The girls froze in shock when they heard this. They didn't understand what Ard meant. The boy directed his magic downwards, and his legs began to rise. Right before the eyes of the astonished girls, the guy used flight magic. Genie and Ireina turned pale from surprise. They didn't even know how to react to this. They had never heard of a man being able to fly. Ard smiled and suggested that in that case, they remember that he could do it. He promised to return soon and left the shocked girls. As he moved forward after the demon, the boy noticed that he was too fast. But he wasn't going to let the demon get away from him. The hero reached out and used a flash at the demon's back. His fire hit the target, causing the demon to scream in pain. Writhing from the flames, the demon jumped out of the hole right in front of the frightened people. The people were shocked, not believing their eyes. As soon as the people realized that it was a demon, they ran away screaming. The guy flew out after the demon and watched his next actions. He felt that this was not enough to get rid of him. As soon as the demon came to his senses, he noticed the gaze of a frightened little girl. The monster immediately spotted its target and grabbed the girl by the throat. He lifted her up and used her as a shield against the Ard. He squeezed the frightened girl so hard that she almost suffocated. The guy felt uncomfortable looking at this and thought that this demon was too pathetic. Meanwhile, a real panic was hanging over the city. All the people were running away from the demon and shouting to others. In a panic, some people were simply knocking each other down. The hero knew that things were bad. If this continued, the panic would spread even more and cause chaos. Ard really didn't want to do this, but he had no other choice. With these thoughts, he took a deep breath. Right in the air, the hero addressed all the city's inhabitants. He introduced himself as Ard Meteor, who was the son of great magicians. People heard that he entered the Magic Academy this year, but no one understood why someone like him was here. Ard mentally forced himself to do this, because it would prevent panic among the people. The guy said that this demon was cornered and was on the verge of death. He is the son of great magicians. He will bring justice to this monster who dared to threaten the well-being of their country. People supported the guy with loud cries. The hero felt awkward about his words. This bastard demon was to blame for everything. Ard concentrated and thought he could finish this. The demon laughed and asked if the boy was really ready to execute justice on him. He didn't think the hero was some kind of god. Besides, Ard should have remembered that the demon had a hostage. Ard asked where and in what form his hostage was, which he wanted to use against him. Without realizing it, the demon looked at his empty hand, but there was no longer any girl there. Ard made fun of the demon and thought that he had taken a hostage in his dream. Ard was showered with insults. The demon asked the boy what he had done. The hero looked with a smile at the crying girl who was already hugging her mother. The boy grinned and said that he had done nothing. It was just a simple illusion spell. However, to be honest, it was a spell that did not work on people who were panicked. Apparently, the demons in this time have become completely stupid. The demon growled in rage and attacked the Ard with threats. The hero asked to answer what he was. He was an ordinary commoner, but the demon apparently had some problems. Cursing his enemy, the demon turned sharply and flew high into the sky. The demon probably didn't know how to lose. The hero aimed his magic target at the demon and asked permission to teach him how. The boy warned that if he ever challenged the demon lord, there was no way he could escape from him. The seal's magical gears began to move. Ard activated his Babylon Flash skill and called out a powerful blast of fire. The blinding flash instantly reached its target. The demon's body seemed to dissolve in the light. The hero's flash was so huge and powerful that it resembled a spotlight. People, seized with terrible surprise, looked at the Ard with their mouths wide open. Soon everything was over, but Ard assumed that this demon could survive. But his enemy was definitely out of it from such a spell, so the hero was ready to make him talk a little later. People began to vigorously discuss this magic beam. One of the locals said that he had seen something like this before. It was a spell of great magicians, which was the most powerful finishing spell. This only meant that this guy was their hero, and he really was the son of magicians. People stared in shock at the guy, who seemed to be feeling extremely awkward. The people grabbed the guy and started throwing him up, thanking the Arda for saving them. While some of the locals endlessly thanked the hero, one of the girls asked the Arda to marry her. Ard was not very happy with this situation. He knew what would happen to him after the demon was dealt with. After everyone had calmed down, the hero followed the demon's magic to find him. However, by the time he found him, the demon had committed suicide. Most likely, he used a spell that destroyed his soul as well. This meant that Ard had no more reason to torture him for information. The people who were unconscious under his control in the sewers suffered the same fate, but his caution was commendable. And yet the hero did not understand why they had chosen them as their target. Perhaps it was because of the anger they had for their parents, the great mages and the great hero. They said they wanted to take them alive, which greatly troubled Ard. Whatever it was, he could not just leave it like that. The guy walked up to the large doors of the office and stopped for a moment. Without thinking twice, he knocked and a voice in the office allowed the Ard to enter. The guy apologized and went inside. A small, kind-looking old man was waiting for him in the office, and next to him stood the cunning Olivia. The man smiled and said that they were waiting for the Ard meteor. The kind-looking man turned out to be the director of the Magic Academy named Laval Count Gold. He had already heard about the hero's successes. He also already knew about the incident with the demon the other day, which was quite amazing. His name will definitely go down in history, because it was just unbelievable. The guy mentally asked the director to stop this, because Olivia already suspected him of being the demon lord. If you look at Olivia, she was smiling slyly in his direction more and more. Ard wanted to know from the director why he had called him. The director answered that Ard probably knew that their academy held magic competitions in the spring. Ard looked at the director in surprise and said that it was the first time he had heard of it. The director didn't see anything wrong with him not knowing about it. He had one request for the Ard. For some reason, the hero had a bad feeling, but he was going to listen to the director. The man said that, in truth, he wanted Ard to take part in the next competition and bring him a brilliant victory. The boy shuddered at the thought of having to participate in the Academy's magic competition, and he had to bring home a brilliant victory. He apologized, but he wanted to wash his hands of this. He didn't want to attract too much attention. More importantly, he didn't want to give Olivia a reason to be suspicious. The hero replied that his magic existed to help people in trouble. Showing off his abilities was against his beliefs, so he would dare to refuse it. It was a great idea. However, if he said that he helped people in trouble, then the director did not see a problem with it. The director told the boy that he was nothing more than a man in trouble. Lately, there were very few students from their academy who showed impressive results. This once again confirmed that it was a peaceful time, but in the country everything was different. The government of the country cut the budget of their academy. In other words, it meant that the government had decided to reduce the budget allocated to the academy, and the key to increasing the budget was to participate in a magic competition. As expected, the boy was very smart. The director laughed and said that the country's nobles, including the royal family, would come to watch this competition. The director wanted to show them what outstanding students they had. The government will have to allocate a certain budget for these students. The hero thought it sounded like the director was trying to make money off of him. But the man replied that it was not like that at all. He had not even thought about it. He cared about the future of the academy and its students, and that was why he asked for a budget increase. The director fell on the table and bowed his head. He asked to do it for the sake of the academy and to help them out. Ard looked at the director for a moment. If he could refuse him right away, everything would be much easier. The older a person became, the higher his pride became. And for such authoritative people as the director, even more so. Moreover, the Ard was an ordinary commoner, and the director was a count. He did not want to refuse a nobleman who bowed his head for him. But still, Ard did not want to attract unnecessary attention. Meanwhile, Olivia was still smiling slyly and glaring at the guy. The hero asked the director to get up. He asked for permission to think a little, and the director immediately agreed. The director said that there was still time before the competition, so he could think it over thoroughly. Olivia kept her eyes on Arda until the very end and followed him with her gaze until he left. Walking through the corridors of the academy, Ard tried to figure out what to do in this situation. Behind him, he heard Olivia's voice, quoting his phrase. He had said earlier that his magic existed to help those in trouble. With these words, Olivia walked up to Ardu and lifted his face by the chin. Olivia smirked and told the boy that her silly little brother had done something similar once. Ard pretended not to understand and smiled confusedly. He knew very well that she called him a stupid younger brother before he was reincarnated. Although this was a common opinion, he could not be a demon lord. After looking at the guy for a while, Olivia decided to let him go. A barely noticeable sadness appeared in her eyes. She said that she always looked down on her stupid brother and was almost never kind to him. However, deep down she always respected him and even loved him. Deep inside, she knew that she was ready to give her life for him. With these words, she pressed her hand to the surprised Ard's cheek. But the hero always knew this even without her words. He felt the same way about his sister Olivia. He knew that for Olivia, he was ready to die. That's why Olivia had to see him again to fulfill the punishment for him being reborn without telling anyone. More precisely, she wanted to do this primarily in order to apologize to him. The guy looked at the girl in shock, not understanding what she meant. Olivia believed that it was her fault that her brother decided to reincarnate. She left him alone, and he probably felt betrayed. When she thought about it, now she wanted to talk about it and apologize. And again, like in the good old days, she wanted to smile and laugh together like a real brother and sister. That was exactly what she thought. Olivia turned and walked away silently, leaving Ard in thought. Her words touched his heart, because he didn't even know it. He was sure that when Olivia found him, she would be very angry. Olivia really was kinder to him than anyone else. There was no way she would live 3,000 years just to carry out her brother's punishment. If you remember, it was Ard who betrayed Olivia and didn't think at all about how she felt. The hero considered himself still a child. The boy decided to tell her the truth about being a demon lord from the topic of being together as a family again. He ran forward and called out to Mrs. Olivia. Olivia said she would just talk to him first, and then she was going to get rid of the resentment she had for him over the boiled potatoes. The hero was completely confused and did not understand what she meant. The girl explained that she had no other choice. Olivia believed that her idiot brother ate her precious boiled potatoes and was reborn to escape from her. The guy had already forgotten about this incident. At last, before he was reborn, he really did eat her potato to spite her. He thought that they would never see each other again. Olivia still remembered this hatred and resentment that she experienced. She was absolutely going to find him and get even with him. For this, she was ready to continue living for several thousand years. The hero was horrified, not imagining such a life. Olivia told Ard everything, calling him the son of great magicians. She was also interested in seeing Ard's skills. She spoke about today's conversation with the director, after which she left in anger. And yet the guy was glad that he did not have time to confess to her that he was the Lord of Demons. Just at that moment, Ireina came up to him and called out to the hero. She assumed that the guy had already spoken to the director. Ireina was glad that she could finally be with him. Thanks to her presence, the hero felt peace and was happy about it. Ireina asked to wait a little and looked back. She noticed that a guest was coming to meet the Ardu. A certain man in a cloak was walking straight towards the Ardu with a roll of paper in his hand. Approaching the hero, the man knelt down and bowed before Ireina and the Ard. The hero looked questioningly at the guest. Meanwhile, somewhere in the dark corners of the city, a secret meeting was taking place. At its head sat the leader of an antisocial organization named Ras Al Ghul. According to him, the son of the great magicians exceeded all his expectations. The people and elves who listened to him giggled maliciously. One of the elves said that he had already measured the strength of this boy last time. Many of their brethren had fallen victim to him, but that only meant that all their fears were now gone. Ras Al Ghul confirmed this. He said that Ard Meteor was undoubtedly strong and could be called unusual. And yet, this man could not be defeated with one blow. One of the elves asked hesitantly if they could trust this woman. They were of a different race from her, and she was the chairman, whose name would be remembered in history. Ras understood his worries, but he was sure that this woman would not betray them. Her hatred was true, and this woman was seriously determined to destroy this world. That's exactly why Ras was going to use it. However, her hatred was too strong, as it could interrupt the reign of their Lord. And when the second coming of the Lord occurs, they will force him to leave this world. Hearing this, grins appeared on people's faces. Ras said that their plans remained unchanged. The kidnapping would take place, but until then, the ritual could not be performed. He had a strong request to take their time and not act on their own. Even if the monster was on their side, they had to be on guard. Now they knew how true their fears about the Artemisia were. And even if they were, the Ras believed they could overcome it with their own strength. All this was for the sake of restoring the lawful government of their city and a just peace. He raised his staff aloft and wished health to their creator. People followed his example and began to wish good health to their creator. As a result, there are only 7 days left until the magic competition at the Academy. They said that this year the children of great heroes entered the Academy, which shocked everyone. They couldn't wait to see this competition. Ras grinned and said that he really was looking forward to seeing it. With that, the old man quietly blended into the crowd of people. One day, the hero found himself in the luxurious palace of El San Monica in the center of the capital. The queen granted him the honor of getting to her for an audience, so Ireina and Ard could go to the palace. The hero even found it hard to believe that he would meet the queen in person. With these thoughts, he entered the crowded throne room and knelt before the queen. People immediately began to discuss the fact that such a commoner could be allowed into the palace. They could still agree with Ireina, who looked noble. Ard did not want to attract much attention to himself, but this time, he could not even hope for it. He decided to just accept what was about to happen. Ard was going to just talk to the queen and not participate in this anymore. The boy had barely raised his head when the queen's servant called out to the commoner. He explained that people like them did not even dare to look at the figure of Her Highness. The queen asked him to be quiet and stop it. The queen named Rose waved her pink fan and said that any living creature would stare at her beauty. She really did look gorgeous. She had long blonde curls and a bright yellow tight dress. Looking at her cunning but satisfied eyes, Ard didn't even know where to start. Suddenly Ireina stood up and called out to Rose-chan. She said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and asked how she was doing. Everyone, including the queen's assistant, was confused. The queen's servant was completely speechless. No one understood who this girl was. Even if she was the hero's daughter, it was too much. Everyone thought it was a real impudence towards Her Highness. Ireina did not understand why they were reacting like that and asked them to stop. She said that she and Rose were friends. Rose smiled and told Ireina that she hadn't changed one bit. As already said, Ireina was indeed her friend, and therefore she could behave as she pleased. Rose looked coldly at everyone present and categorically forbade anyone to reproach her. After her words, all the people silently knelt before her. The hero didn't even know that Ireina was the queen's friend and thought that Ireina was simply incredible. The queen waved her fan and said that this was not the reason for their summoning to the palace. The girl looked at Ard Meteor with a smile and said that he single-handedly defeated the demonic spawn. For this reason, he was awarded a reward. Ard was going to start negotiations, but he didn't know how to do it. He had no idea how a commoner was supposed to speak to a queen. Ard was sorely lacking in experience of being a commoner. During his time as a demon lord, he had countless contacts with other lords of countries, but for his current status, this was too much. He couldn't let this lack of experience somehow spoil the queen's mood and interfere with the negotiations. He carefully thought about how subordinates treated their lords. Straining his brain, the boy remembered something. To everything he said, his subordinates responded with only one short answer. The artist's mind was now in complete confusion. In any case, until they got to negotiations, he would only answer her with the same answers as his servants. The queen was very grateful for what he had done for them. The hero answered her as a soldier would answer a commander. According to him, he deserved praise for his work. They did not expect anything else from the son of great wizards. She was extremely interested in him, so she needed to reward him. Suddenly, the queen asked Ard to become her husband. The hero himself did not even understand how he agreed to this with his repeated answer. But when the meaning of the words reached him, the guy turned pale. Ireina was also shocked by such a proposal. Rose thought that she needed to express herself more simply and asked the meteor Ard to give her a child. All present immediately thought that Her Majesty's mind was clouded. They thought it was outrageous to mix royal blood with this commoner. The Queen's aide told Her Highness that he was totally against it. He was absolutely furious and explained that she should not have had children with the first commoner she met. As her Prime Minister, he should have chosen her partner in the first place. Without even thinking, the princess ordered that the old Lilicon's head be chopped off. The girl grinned and thought about how hard it was for her to be a queen. This time she decided to say that she was joking. In those eyes, the hero did not see even a shadow of love for him. Perhaps she had some kind of plan. The queen pointed her fan towards Ard and said that she would give him another reward. She granted Ardu Meteor the title of Knight of the Pentagon Mage. The greeters could not believe their ears. No one could believe that a commoner could get there. They could understand if it was the son of a princely prodigy like the Allard. The people thought that this was too high a title for a commoner and asked Her Highness to stop. They thought that if such a title was given to a commoner, the servants might become arrogant. The hero understood that his affairs were bad, because he should not have received this post. He had already distinguished himself enough in front of Olivia. He was afraid to imagine what would happen, so he decided to appeal directly to the queen. As her vassals had said, such a post was too high for a commoner. Ard asked that this not be considered impudence, but in exchange for the reward, he had a trivial request for the queen. The queen smiled and said that she was curious to hear his request. To her surprise, the hero asked to increase the budget of the Laval School of Magic. The queen was surprised that he would ask for such a thing, since it would not harm him. But Ard did not want anything for himself personally. He would like to repay with kindness all the kindness with which the director of the academy surrounded them. The vassals grinned contentedly and thought that the boy had partially understood everything. They no longer saw anything terrible in the fact that he would be given the title of Pentagon. There was no doubt that he was superior to everyone, and it would be good if he served them all. If everything went as the hero planned, the reward would be an increase in the school's budget. The queen still could not make this decision. She didn't understand why he just wanted to help others instead of benefiting himself. Rose had never met anyone like him. The queen explained that she liked Ard Meteor even more, so she appointed him Pentagon and increased the school's budget. Ard was stunned when he heard this. The vassals immediately called out to Her Highness and asked her to reconsider. They thought it was complete nonsense. Rose tiredly waved her fan in their direction and asked them not to shout like that. In this case, she offered the guys to become her personal fighters and periodically carry out her orders. In exchange for the previous offer, they, together with Ireina Alhade, will become Pentagons. This also meant that the daughter of Alhide would also become a Pentagon. The queen believed that Ireina also had the potential to succeed, but she could not be a companion of the Pentagon if she was not one herself. The queen wanted to hear Ireina's opinion. Ireina smiled at the rose and said that she had thought about it. While she was rejoicing, Everyone behind Ireina, including Ard, were depressed. The vassals were emitting a threatening energy. Ard still couldn't believe these words and didn't understand why everything happened exactly this way. As a result, talk of Ard's new status spread like wildfire, and soon even a fan club appeared. Ard was embarrassed, but apparently he had managed to hide his true identity for now. At least there were no more aristocratic children looking for a fight with him. One of the girls called out to Ard. Right in front of a huge audience, she asked him out. Many girls realized that they had been beaten to it and began to put forward their candidacy. As a result, a fight almost broke out between them. The girls were putting pressure on the hero, asking him to marry them. Someone thought that he should just let them touch their most cherished places, and then the deal would be in the bag. The guy thought he heard their thoughts, and it scared him. Ard realized that his affairs were bad. He dreamed that they would all forget about him. As soon as the girls surrounded Ard, someone ordered them to calm down. It was a female voice that ordered everyone to stop. The boys looked around and saw Ireina burning with anger in front of them. Her eyes were ready to kill anyone who came near the Ard. The girls understood everything and stopped torturing Arda in fear. One of them had already managed to grab the guy by the tie. Ireina calmly approached the Ard and extended her hand to him for help. Ard was glad of her presence and thanked Ireina for her help, but the girl did not answer. Apparently, she did not like it either. With puffed-out cheeks, Ireina turned sharply and walked forward. Ard did not understand why Ireina behaved this way. Looking out the window at the night sky, the guy thought that Ireina had been in a bad mood lately. Although he was pleased that she perceived him as more than just a friend, which he saw from her jealousy. To return a smile to her face was a matter of life and death for him. The hero did not know how to cheer her up. Someone knocked on the hero's room. Ard immediately thought that it was Ireina and allowed them in. It was very difficult for him to understand these interpersonal relationships. But to his surprise, Genie came to him. The girl in the evening cape smiled and wished Ardu a good evening. Before the hero had time to wish her good evening, the evening cape instantly slipped off the genie and fell to the floor. Ard was taken aback when he saw the almost naked succubus in front of him. Genie's curves were barely hidden under her thin threads in the form of a swimsuit. Genie told the hero directly that she liked him, but Ard did not understand what she meant. The girl said that he had recently become popular, but she did not care. She was only worried about her plan to create a harem for Ard. Genie considered it terrible if she could not become number one in his harem. With these words, Genie grinned coquettishly. The succubus crawled up to the boy, who was sitting dumbfounded on his bed. Genie licked her lips and said that from now on she would start acting decisively. The guy couldn't believe what was happening. His face turned pale from such a sudden visit from the genie, and especially from her actions. Genie moved closer and closer to the hero until her hand touched the hero's jacket. She looked at the guy with a loving look and asked if he really felt what she did. Genie believed that his eyes would not lie. The guy was completely confused and did not understand how everything could have turned out like this. He felt that his body could not move. He assumed that his body might now be under the influence of a powerful succubus. Sure, succubi had the ability of seduction, and only high-level succubi could use it. Only by looking into the eyes, they took possession of the interlocutor and could completely control him. The guy could not believe that Genie could use this skill on him. He knew he was in bad shape. Meanwhile, Genie was already slowly lifting his jacket. His current body was a mere shadow of what it had been in the past. While Genie asked him to relax, Ard was only thinking about a possible technique to resist temptation. Genie pressed her ample bosom against his stomach and said that it was her first time too, so it was okay. Ard's face turned terribly red. He just wanted Ginny to stop. The succubus continued to press on the boy, and without taking her eyes off him, said that they would be fine. She was getting closer, but Ard couldn't move. The hero couldn't believe that this was the end, and that this was how he would become an adult. Ginny pushed the guy onto the bed, and Ard fell on his back. In his last moments, he remembered Ireina, who was angry with him. Before he had time to think about her, the doors of the room opened and Ireina walked in her underwear. The girl resolutely walked inside and apologized for disturbing him. Ard and Ginny looked at the shocked Ireina. At first, Ireina didn't understand anything, but then it began to dawn on her. Ireina screamed across the room when she saw Ginny sitting on Ard. The girl rushed to help Ardu. She did not understand what they were doing and instantly threw the succubus off the hero. The guy was still chained to the bed. Sweating with excitement, the hero looked at the girls and thought that Ireina had saved him from temptation. The hero didn't even understand how Ireina sat on top of him, as the genie did. It was clear from her face that she was terribly angry and jealous. But Ireina did it for completely different purposes. She started beating Ard's head with her fists and shouting that he was a complete fool. While Ireina was scolding Ard and beating him, Ginny asked Miss Ireina to calm down. Ireina, through her tears, grabbed the guy by his clothes and started shaking him like a sack. She thought that Ard was a complete idiot. Meanwhile, Ginny slowly got to her feet and said that Ireina was a real savage. She believed that if Ireina continued, he would definitely stop loving her. These words made Ireina stop. It seemed that the soul of the Ard was now leaving the body. Ginny wondered why Mrs. Ireina had come here and pushed her off the bed onto the floor. Ireina said she wanted to make peace with Ard, so she came to him. She had been very cold to him lately and didn't want Ard to hate her. Ginny stopped pushing Ireina in the back. The succubus glanced at Ireina's outfit, which was apparently part of a reconciliation plan. Confused, Ireina replied that it was natural, since his mother, Kara, had told her about it. Arda's mother said that if she put on this sexy outfit, she could ask the boys for anything. The hero didn't understand at all why his mother had inspired her. It seemed that she was saying that if you roll around in bed to your heart's content, you can make up very quickly. Now it became clear to everyone why she had come here. Ard remembered his mother and decided that he would talk to her about this later. The succubus crawled up to Miss Ireina with a sly smile and asked her if she knew the meaning of those words. She probably didn't understand what the mother of the Arda had said. The girl looked questioningly at Ginny, not understanding what she meant. This is exactly what Ginny expected from her. The succubus laughed and said that Ireina looked just like a child and was a real charmer. Her words and manners irritated Ireina. Ireina reminded Ginny that she had broken into Ard herself. She didn't like that everyone was literally hovering around him at a time when he was her friend. Getting out of bed, Ginny said that Ireina just wanted to have a monopoly on him, and she, as a noble girl, did not agree with this. Ireina explained that there was no way she could be noble in such a slutty outfit. Ginny chuckled and said that he was probably too bold for a little girl like Ireina. The girl exclaimed that she had had enough, and the genie thus asked for a duel. Ireina promised to beat her at the next competition. The genie was delighted with such a wild girl Ireina. She smiled and said that she was, of course, not against it. Ginny accepted her challenge, but believed that she would win either way. Ireina, of course, did not believe her words and said that if she lost, she should not even dare to approach the Ard. Ginny smiled and promised her. For that matter, the genie also offered something in return. The losing girl would have to run a lap naked around the capital. Ireina explained that everything was wonderful, and if she lost, she would run 100 laps naked and eat a meat pie with her nose. A terrible hostile fire was blazing between the girls. Arda felt uneasy from such a sight. He didn't even want to watch them quarrel and called out to the girls. Genie and Ireina looked at the Ard at the same time. Their faces showed that they were very irritated. The guy asked them to calm down. Ard thought it was terrible, but he was doing it for their own good. He seriously ordered them to sit down quickly and listen to him. The girls understood everything and sat down on the floor at the same time. Now it was clear from their faces that they were worried about the Ard. The girls thought that the Ard was angry with them and began to feel sad. The hero could not allow them to conduct any duels and ordered them to quickly make peace. Genie and Ireina looked at each other worriedly. Ireina was the first to apologize and said that she didn't know what came over her. Genie also apologized and said that things had gotten heated up too quickly. The guy opened the door and ordered them to quickly return to their rooms. Just then, Jessica was standing outside the door of the Ard. The girl replied that she had accidentally overheard their conversation. The boys were surprised to meet Jessica-sensei here. Jessica called out to the girls. She suggested that they take part in a competition of their own free will, rather than a duel. Ireina immediately thought that there would be no Ard, and without the Ard she had no desire to participate in this. Jessica understood their reluctance perfectly well. Jessica said that they should have participated for the sake of the plan to turn Ard into a teacher. Ard himself was surprised and did not understand what she was talking about. The surprised guy asked Jessica a question. As she said, being a student was too small for him, so he could rise to the same level with them in order to easily become a teacher. The girl smiled and said that it was the director's wish. But first it was worth saying that this plan has many opponents, especially against the teacher from the common people, the teacher from the nobles. And if you do not win their favor, then nothing will work. But in this case, the Ard would like to root for the opponents. Jessica asked what they would do if those people took action. Genie and Ireina could demonstrate how the leadership and direction of the Ard helped them win. In that case, everyone will understand that the Ard was wonderful. Ireina found it difficult to even imagine Ard as a teacher. Ard asked Jessica to wait a little. The thing is, he didn't want to stand out, and they were also offering him a job as a teacher. That would bring him even closer to Olivia, who suspected him. He couldn't say it, but he just wanted to live in peace. He just wanted to maintain this peace, not to show off his strength to everyone. And that was the complete opposite of participating in the competition. Ireina supported Ard's opinion. Jessica smirked and decided to move on to the next strategy. She guessed that the girls would probably like to see Arda in a cool teacher's outfit. Genie and Ireina unanimously shouted that of course they wanted to see it. The girls thought they would definitely win if they participated. Genie told Ireina that they wouldn't lose. Ard wanted to say that he wouldn't let them do that. But he noticed that the Genie and Ireina had finally made peace. The girls shook hands and offered to win together fairly. Ardu had no choice but to sadly hang his head and accept it. The guy realized that all his efforts were in vain. Jessica patted the guy on the back and said that he was cute. She couldn't wait for that time. With these words, Jessica left their room. The hero assumed that these girls could really win. Then, he would definitely have to prevent the competition from starting. Apparently, in order to safely cancel the tournament, Ardu would have to talk directly to the director. With these thoughts, the guy headed to the director's office. He didn't care even if he had to use a slightly aggressive method. At that moment, he heard someone sigh behind him and turned his head. It was at this moment that the girls in love caught Arda. They thought it was a stunning coincidence. The whole herd was ready to pounce on the guy. Someone offered him some tea, and someone offered to marry her. The hero immediately remembered Ireina and thought that she would be nervous again if she saw him in such surroundings. He told the girls that he was in a hurry on business. One of the girls grabbed Arda by the hand and suggested they talk some more. The others didn't like that she was so brazenly approaching the hero, but the girl replied that only the fastest would win. The girls thought that it was unfair, and someone was even ready to become a second wife for Ard. The herd went crazy again and began to lean on the guy, but Ard asked them to calm down. Arda was surrounded from all sides. Stretching his hand upwards, Arda thought that this was probably the end. Yesterday the hero failed to get to the director, but he hoped that today he would succeed. His road along the forest was very long, but here he was sure that he would not meet anyone. His face quickly darkened when crowds of girls noticed him. They were waiting for him even near the forest. In that case, the guy decided to move by air. This fan club scared him, but in the sky, they probably won't catch him. The hero wanted to contact the director personally as quickly as possible, but through the window, he saw that he was not there. The director left a note on the table asking not to look for him. He was going to return on the day of the competition. The guy looked rather sad, still floating in the air. The girls from the side were concerned about his condition. In the end, having lost hope of meeting the director, after all sorts of attempts to cancel the competition, the hero realized that there was no escaping fate. And then the day of the competition came. Watching the magical battles, the guy did not understand how everything happened. The hero sighed heavily. He understood that nothing could be done now, no matter what he said. Besides, there was another thing that was bothering him. Ard didn't understand why all his ancestors were here. The guy asked their special guests today, the heroes, what they thought about the upcoming battle. Arda's father Jack said he had never been more excited about this women's competition. He had dreamed of gorillas being here. Ireina Weiss's father said that each of them was charming in their own way, but in a real battle, they would need not only magical abilities, but also the ability to fight. They could not be left unattended, because you never know what could happen. Arda's mother drooled over such cuties. She did not understand what could be better than such girls. Ard's parents were probably familiar with the concept of commentary. The boy thought the battle would be good because they were in great shape. Olivia smiled at the hero, who happened to be sitting next to him. Apparently, they were of the same mind about the fight. The guy tried to smile at her sincerely and thought that everything was as she said. Olivia noticed that they got along very well, and apparently the rumors were true that there was something between them. The hero didn't understand who had come up with all this. This was psychological warfare at the highest level. Olivia had the ability to read the interlocutor by the slightest change in facial expressions. So today, she would say all sorts of nonsense and watch him. This meant that if Ardu reacted to this, he would be finished. And yet Olivia thought that these students were amazing. These two were so talented that even Albert would have wanted to take them as an apprentice. Olivia was curious to know Ard's opinion and asked him a question. The hero couldn't find the words for her. This Albert would probably not take students. Ard couldn't answer her, especially since he had never met this Albert. Olivia smirked at his answer. There was quite a tense atmosphere between them, despite the fact that they were always smiling at each other. The guy only thought that he was tired of all this. The guy overheard Irena's father being told that his daughter was among the participants, and that she was simply a genius. She was almost as resourceful as Ard. It was immediately obvious that he was a skilled leader. Their dialogue made Ard wary. According to them, Ireina, having met Ard, was under his wing for many years. And Irena's father also heard from his daughter that his instructions could only be called brilliant. And the father felt like a young man next to such a genius. The guy did not understand their words. Irena's father turned back and seeing Ard, winked at him. Not that the hero wanted to thank him for that. Olivia understood everything. She smiled slyly at Ardu again, and said that her stupid brother was also a great leader. Irena's father only made his task more difficult. And then, against all his hopes, the two advanced unhindered in the tournament. Ard thought they needed a rest now. While the girls surrounded the Arda, their parents approached them. The parents were happy to meet Ireina and Arda here. The father told Arda that he looked quite cheerful, and Ireina became even nicer. Arda's mother was barely holding back from touching her son, while his father was looking out for some guy. That was all his parents. Ireina's father noticed Ginny and thought that they had made a new friend. He thanked Ginny for getting along with his daughter. Ginny blushed with delight just looking at this hero. Ireina didn't like how Ginny started showing off in front of her father. Ireina looked away and said that the genie was not her friend at all. Ardu was sad to hear such words, but then the genie decided to intervene. Ginny suddenly announced that they were comrades in Ard's future harem. Ard wanted to sink into the ground and stop Ginny right then. She said it right in front of their parents. Ireina explained that she had not allowed her to say this, but Ginny did not remember such a thing. The guy realized that these girls were complicating everything for him again. But then Arda was called by their parents. They looked quite carefree. Ireina's father said that their school life was in full swing. The guy did not understand their reaction at all. Before the next stage of the competition, everyone wished the girls good luck. At the end of these competitions, only two beauties remained, who were the wards of the Ard. Ireina was confident and told Ginny that she would not lose. Ginny smiled and asked if Ireina was ready to run naked. Olivia thought the fight was worth watching. The Ard's face looked worried. Now they didn't care about this plan to turn him into a teacher. The main thing was that they got through without injuries. As a result, the final battle between the girls began. Ireina and Ginny took their fighting stances and were asked to prepare for battle. Before the boys could begin, someone's piercing scream was heard somewhere nearby. It turned out that at that very moment the demons decided to attack the city. Olivia and Ard hurried to the field. Running out into the open space, they looked around. Their attention was drawn to the black smoke coming from behind the walls of the building. The hero immediately remembered those masked men. He couldn't believe that these demons decided to attack at such a time. Ireina and the genie stood with their backs to each other and looked around. It was clear that they were both nervous and worried. The hero was seriously angry that there was a riot in the city. The guy clenched his fist, not understanding how it all happened. Demons attacked ordinary people and killed them. Jessica came out to the hero and said that, apparently, this was not the only place where they had committed outrages. Jessica suggested that the Ard move forward, because if anything happened, she could help him. Jessica saw Olivia next to him and suggested that she could help them too. Olivia replied that, of course, they could count on her help. At that moment, the parents called out to their son, the Ard. They said that they would also help them. His mother was impatient, as they had not fought together for a long time. Ireina's father asked them to stop, as the entire capital was under threat. As expected from heroes, they made their decision without any hesitation. Father asked to leave all the offspring in the arena with them. In that case, Olivia suggested going to the city. Jessica said that Ard and Olivia would go separately, and she, Ireina, and Ginny would go together. That way, they would have to cope. The remaining fighters are exhausted and will not be able to help them. The remaining teachers will act at their own discretion. Undoubtedly, this option would be the most effective, and the hero understood that this was true. He wouldn't want Ireina and Ginny involved in this. Of course, he He didn't want to put them in danger, but that was not all. These demons could target them. Ireina always cared about others first, so no matter what the hero told her, she would still go into battle. Jessica noticed Ard's nervousness. She patted him on the back with a smile and asked him not to worry about it. Jessica reminded them that she was a famous genius marquise, and they had nothing to worry about with her. She promised to return them safe and sound. Of course, she agreed that she was still far from the Ard. A relieved smile appeared on the guy's face. The hero flew into the air and said that he entrusted the girls to her. A few minutes later, Ard was already in the city, where he surveyed the situation from above. The demons continued to rage and attack peaceful people. Ard aimed at the demon that was chasing the man and summoned a magic circle. A powerful flame flew out from the magic circle. The flames were so big and strong that they destroyed the demon in a couple of seconds. His attack attracted the attention of several other demons. The hero looked around, suspecting something was wrong. He felt that these creatures were too weak for demons. There were many of them, but they were as similar as two peas in a pod. He had the feeling that they were just copies of one main demon. Either way, the hero was going to continue his cleaning. He summoned another magic seal and targeted the remaining demons in the city. Ireina and Ginny were horrified that the capital was attacked by demons. Jessica asked the fighters to calm down and get ready. She told the girls that they would go with her to cleanse the city of demons. Jessica asked them to hurry. The girls understood everything and ran after the teacher. Along the way, the girls came across wounded people who had already been attacked by demons. Right before their eyes stood one of the monsters, who aimed at a woman with a child. The demon cornered the woman, and she could only scream and shield the child with her body. The woman trembled with fear and asked for help. While Ireina hesitated with her fireball, someone released a lightning strike. The lightning strike paralyzed the demon and destroyed it. The girls turned around and saw Jessica. There was another monster waiting for them ahead, but Jessica covered the girls with a smile and set a bright flash of light at the enemy. The girl ran towards the two demons and suggested that they approach one by one. Jessica could quickly form attack seals and destroy demons. Ireina thought their teacher was incredible, and she wanted to learn how to do it too. Jessica turned away from the monsters for a split second and said that they would be able to do it soon too. The girls noticed someone's huge shadow hanging over them and looked up. It was something resembling a huge round boulder. Ireina and the others barely had time to run away in all directions when a huge stone fell to the ground and destroyed everything in the area. Under the rumble of stones, this huge boulder began to turn into some kind of creature. Jessica asked the genie and Ireina not to interfere with this. The teacher smirked and said that she would deal with him herself. Jessica created many seals at once, forming a circle with them. Bright flames began to emerge from each seal. She fired all her seals at once and caused a giga flash. A huge flame covered the creature, and it seemed to the girls that their sensei had dealt with this creature. At first, it seemed that way to Jessica too, as the flames began to die out, leaving only ashes. But Jessica's face showed surprise when she saw this. There was not a scratch on this huge rock creature after her blow. Jessica smiled and thought that she had lost this fight, because this monster was too tough for her. The crystallized monster began to advance towards Jessica. The girls, along with Jessica, turned pale in fear of such a powerful monster. Jessica didn't understand when he managed to do this. She dared to attack again and used another skill. But the creature did not allow her to do this and hit the girl with all its force. Jessica felt a sharp flash of pain and collapsed to the ground. The creature's blow was so strong that it threw Jessica back several dozen meters. Ireina and Ginny were worried about their teacher and called out to her. The girls continued to keep their distance and hide behind the walls of buildings, but the monster seemed to be targeting them. At that time, Art dealt with the rest of the monsters that were raging in the city. Below, he noticed a squad of night mages. The guy thought that since they were already gathered, they would finish everything in an hour. He thought that he needed to check on the guys, when suddenly someone called out to him. It was his father, who was in a hurry, and asked the boy to come here faster. His father explained that if this continued, they would die. The huge creature continued to slowly advance towards the girls. Ireina and the genie were so scared that they did not know what to do. The huge monster approached Ireina and said that his secondary goal was to capture her. Therefore, if she does not resist, he will not harm her. The creature extended its crystallized hand to her and said that she would be the key to their success, so she could rejoice in that. As if from nowhere, Ireina's father appeared and ordered him not to touch his daughter. He hit the creature with such force that the monster flew up and fell to the ground with a crash. Ireina was surprised to see her father here. Seeing her father's true strength, she felt like it was simply unbelievable. With just one wave of his hand, he struck down such a colossus. Surely this was the very power of the hero. The elf directed his magic at the bastard and said that the pressure he was currently experiencing was punishment for daring to think about touching his daughter. Ireina's father ordered Sin to crush this creature. Soon the monster disintegrated into small fragments from the intense pressure. The elf hoped that his Ireina was okay. Ginny explained that he was truly a hero, but Ireina had no doubt about it. After all, he was her father. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Jessica appeared and smirked. She said that everything was as they planned. Jessica got to the elf's back and pierced his chest through and through. Ireina was stunned and couldn't believe her eyes. Ireina's father collapsed to the ground, bleeding. Jessica grinned and said that the falcon strikes without thinking, so this guy is already dead. In her opinion, modern youth was rather carefree. Ginny couldn't believe that teacher Jessica could do this. Jessica looked at the girl and said that she was not the real Jessica. The real Jessica had long since fallen to the demons. The creature that pretends to be her was working with Raz Al Ghul. According to his plan, she infiltrated their school under the guise of Jessica. The girl turned to Ireina and said that they did everything to capture her. Ireina was still in a stupor, not understanding why they did this. She did not understand why this was happening and considered their enemies to be inhuman. The creature posing as Jessica chuckled again and said that it was predetermined. This creature was going to destroy this world. It was better for it to get rid of this worthless world, and this idea has not changed in the millennia since its rebellion. Jessica remembered that Ireina called them inhuman. The girls were horrified that this creature did not even hide the truth. It completely agreed with them. Jessica's body revealed its true form. Scales began to appear on her body, and her teeth grew into fangs. This creature called itself a white dragon. Ginny was speechless from shock. Ireina was also scared and dared to call the creature a monster. The creature bared its teeth and agreed that it was a real monster. They could have heard and learned about it from Miss. Surely they already remembered its name from their production. He was the same crazy dragon king named Elzard. That was his real name. The mad dragon king Elzard was a terror. The terror that this name inspired was passed down from mouth to mouth and discussed along with demons and evil gods. According to legend, the white dragon is a monster that will destroy the world after the death of the demon king. Ginny couldn't believe these words. Just thinking about it made her body tremble. The dragon didn't want to repeat himself, but apparently he had to. He told Ireina that if she behaved quietly, he wouldn't harm her. But it will only be this time. Ireina looked at her wounded father, and her heart sank. It was obvious that it was not easy for her to make this decision. At that moment, someone fired a fiery volley straight into the dragon's back. Jessica turned back and asked the girl a question with a smirk. The dragon didn't understand why she did it, and besides, she didn't hurt him in any way. Despite her terrible fear, Genie apparently wanted to protect Ireina. Despite her fear, she closed her eyes and remembered the smiling Ireina who extended her hand to her. She looked at Ireina with pity and blushed. Ireina stared at her former rival in shock. Genie attacked the monster again and ordered Miss Ireina to run away from here quickly. It turned out that her explosions did not harm Jessica at all. The creature said that the genie was afraid to attack even the previous demon. In this way, Genie was able to offend the Dragon King. Ireina turned pale with fear when the Dragon King extended his clawed hand towards Genie. She couldn't let this creature kill the genie and push the king in the back. The creature looked at Ireina with displeasure, asking what she was doing. Ireina did not understand this at all, but nevertheless continued to embrace the creature with her arms. For her, Genie was simply unbearable. They fought all the time for the Ard, and she talked about her harem. And yet, Ireina could not allow this. She ordered the Dragon King not to dare touch her friends. The king got angry and swung his fist at Ireina. The creature hit the girl and Ireina fell to the ground. Falling face down on the floor, Ireina thought about her words. She said that Genie was her friend. It was hard for her, but she still raised her gaze to the surprised Genie. A smile appeared on Ireina's face. Now she didn't care about any of this. Genie was different from all the people she had met before. She lived without modesty, fear, or worry, and yet she was unbearable. Ireina made a decision and stood up. She boldly declared that the creature could take her. But in return, Ireina had one request for him. A proud grin appeared on Ireina's face. Ireina asked not to touch the genie, because if she gets hurt, Ireina will bite off her tongue and die. The Dragon King said that this girl irritated him. She was truly disgusting to him. With these words, the creature spread its huge dragon wings behind its back. Genie called out to Miss Ireina as the creature grabbed her arm. The dragon grinned and said that Genie had escaped death. With these words, he quickly flew into the sky with Ireina and soon disappeared from sight. Genie could only watch them. So Genie was left alone on this street. The girl sadly lowered her head and clenched her hands into fists. Unable to bear this, Genie screamed at the top of her lungs and called out to Miss Ireina. The Dragon King reached Mount Vermuto, where he captured the girl in front of his charges. He placed Ireina's bound body in a seal that glowed with a bright blue light. Soon, the bound Ireina regained consciousness. When the girl came to her senses, she noticed many monsters looking at her. These monsters grinned at the sight of her naked figure. Opposite her stood a creature with a large eye in the center. The Dragon King asked Ireina how she was feeling. The king and the girl's body grinned and looked at Ireina, who was bound in chains. He said that it was time for the ritual. Meanwhile, the hero was in the magic school of Laval. He used his magic on Ireina's father, who was seriously injured. Earlier, his father said that if no one helped him, he would die. The boy remembered his father calling him and asking him to hurry up. The hero asked his father to calm down, but his father explained that the monster had struck Weiss. Then Ard was shocked that someone could defeat this hero. The Count Gorgo couldn't cope with the recovery, so they needed his power. The father begged the Ard to save Weiss from death. Soon after some time of treatment, Ireina's father finally began to come to his senses. The academy director and Ard's father were delighted that the boy had managed to do this. Weiss sat up in bed and clutched his head. Ard thought that everything was now normal, but the worried Weiss asked to listen to him. He surprised the Arda and said that they had kidnapped Ireina. The kidnapper was a mad dragon king named Lazard. He transformed into Jessica and infiltrated their school, and teamed up with demons to destroy the world. The situation was worse than ever. Since that incident in the dungeon, the hero realized how careless he really was. But he could not have imagined that Elzard would be behind all of this. First, the evil gods were involved, and then the mad dragon king. One encounter with legendary level enemies was enough for them. The director was afraid that it might not be a real Elzard, but just someone who took his name. But Ireina's father denied it. There was no doubt that this was his strength. Compared to the evil gods he had defeated 10 years ago, they were no match for him. Weiss didn't even want to think about what would happen if they failed. The hero took a deep breath before saying this. Ard promised to bring Ireina back and hoped that would be enough. The director and Ard's father stared at the boy in surprise. But still, the hero did not understand for what purpose they captured her. It seemed to him that the demons had put too much effort into taking revenge on the heroes who had defeated the evil gods. Ard assumed that Ireina's father was hiding something. Judging by his averted gaze, Ard was right. Weiss replied that they bore the surname Allhide, but that was not their real surname, and Baron was not his title. Their real family name was Laval, the family name of the real ruling family of this country. For a while, the hero and Weiss looked at each other in silence. Weiss even found it surprising that the boy wasn't surprised to hear this. The hero said that he didn't show any emotion on his face. Considering that he lived 1,000 years ago and was reborn, this certainly wouldn't surprise him. However, even if Ireina was of royal blood, that couldn't be the reason why the demons had gone so far. Ard didn't understand what they wanted to achieve with this. He was almost sure that Weiss was hiding something. While Weiss remained silent with his head down, the director approached the elf. He suggested that it would be better to tell or do everything. The director was confident that he could be trusted, so they could reveal their secret. Soon the hero and Weiss appeared at El Sen Monica's palace. From their story, the queen understood that they were going to bring Ireina back. In that case, Her Highness was going to lead them to the treasury as the queen's deputy. She opened a secret passage that was hidden behind the books and asked to follow her. The hero looked at her gloomily and followed Weiss and rose. In truth, the current him was not capable of defeating Elzard, so they came to the palace to get equipment. The boy thought about the level 666 super powerful magic equipment he had created before. He hoped that it was still there, the Demon King's magic armor. As soon as the group with Ard approached the huge doors, Weiss used his magic on her. The doors responded to his magic and opened. The hero entered the room and saw a large warehouse with various things, and a large flag with a coat of arms hung above the entrance. He also noticed his Demon King's outfit here, which was stored against the wall behind the magical barrier. Ard confirmed that this was the very item needed to pacify Elzard. According to the will, it was kept in this country and was the main trump card in the war with the returned evil gods. The guy thought it was great because his equipment was in perfect condition. Rose couldn't believe that Ard was going to use this thing, but the hero replied that he couldn't do it, so he was going to remake it so that even the current him could handle it. The queen and Weiss didn't understand what he meant at all. The hero wanted to know how it was different from normal magic equipment, even if they called it the Demon King's magic armor. Therefore, if he rewrote the technique used, he would be able to use this armor. Sure, it was an argument, but no one had ever done it before. Besides, It was most likely a technique created by the demon king himself, so Weiss was sure that he wouldn't be able to rewrite it. Ard was going to do it anyway. The hero pointed his hand at the armor and commanded the door's essence to open. From the magical barrier in which the things were located, sparkling letters in an incomprehensible language began to emanate. Weiss and the queen froze in shock. Weiss smiled and said that the hero really did go beyond common sense. That's why he liked it. Ard might not believe Weiss, but he only knew the current Ireina. Before meeting him, she always sat within the four walls of the manor and was afraid of strangers. She understood that she could not keep her secret from others forever, and therefore she chose this life for herself. Ireina controlled herself very well, and even Ard never guessed about her fate. She always showed him her happy side. She suffered while Ard was always carefree. Ard found it hard to even think about it. He pursed his lower lip with these thoughts. According to Weiss, after meeting Ard, every day was a joy for her, and she not only started leaving the estate, but entered the academy. All this was thanks to him. If the demon's plans come true, many will suffer, and Ireina's dreams too. Weiss wasn't going to let that happen. Frankly, it was impossible for him to defeat Elzard. That's why he wanted to ask Arda to do this and save Ireina. When the hero armed himself and set out on his journey, he met a worried genie on the road. She called out to Ard and stopped to catch her breath. She assumed that the hero was going to save Miss Ireina. Ard agreed with her and looked sadly at the genie. When Ginny grabbed his cloak, the boy said that he couldn't take her with him. Ginny thought she had changed. She told Ard that she wanted to help him so much because she had never had any friends. She thought she would be alone all the time, and Miss Ireina told the wayward Ginny that they were friends. The girl burst into tears and grabbed Ard's cloak even tighter. Through her tears, the genie asked him to save Miss Ireina. It was not easy for the hero to look at her tears. He remembered the worried parents and the director who had asked for the same thing earlier and sadly lowered his head. Ardu felt like he had to make it before dinner and told Ginny about it. The girl looked at the guy questioningly. The hero asked Ginny to cook dinner while she waited for them, because Ireina would probably be hungry when she returned. He looked at her with a smile, then jumped up. Gaining altitude, the guy said that he would definitely save Ireina. Besides, Ireina and Ginny were his dearest friends, so they could rely on him. Ginny was glad to hear this and agreed with him. The Dragon King told Ireina that it was time for the ritual. Ireina had absolutely no idea what ritual they were talking about. In response to her question, the king grinned. He found it funny that Ireina still didn't understand anything. The child of chaos was created from pieces of flesh of fallen evil gods. If she and this monster were used as a sacrifice, they would be able to summon the real evil god that was sealed in another dimension by the demon lord. It was time to start pouring energy into the power circle. But the king thought this was not enough. He walked towards the tied-up Ireina and said that he would allow this monster to abuse her. Ireina did not quite understand the meaning of his words. The king said with glee that with his sticky tentacles, he would explore her entire body, inside and out. First it would be her nose, mouth, and of course her ears. Then he would move to the back, and then to the front. When Ireina realized what the king wanted to do, her face turned pale with horror. As soon as the elf saw those terrible tentacles approaching her, she closed her eyes. And yet, despite her fear, she explained to the king that she was not afraid at all. She still believed that Ard would definitely save her. The enemy looked askance at Ireina and said that she was too pathetic. The Dragon King didn't want to upset Ireina and talk about it. But even if her Ard comes here, it is unlikely to end in anything good. Especially since when he came, The king was ready to tell him her secrets. He suggested imagining what would happen to him when Ard found out about it. Ireina was again overcome by a wave of fear. Before Ireina could say anything, her body felt as if it were struck by electricity, and she fell silent. The king knew that this boy's strength was beyond human. But still, this guy remained a human being. He also mentioned to the girl her secret. The king quietly whispered in the elf's ear that if he knew her secret, he would begin to fear and despise her. And if Ard does not come to help, she will die in agony. If he does come, she will lose her friend forever. Therefore, it will be the end for her in any case. With these words, the king roughly grabbed the girl by her soft forms and squeezed them. He let go of Ireina and said with a grin that he felt very sorry for her. The Dragon King ordered the Child of Chaos to be moved, for it was time to begin the ritual. His subordinates began pouring their magic into the crystal that Ireina was chained to. The monster with sticky tentacles opened its huge eye and headed towards Ireina. When the monster came too close to her, Ireina asked him not to come near her and screamed. She desperately beat with chains and writhed with her whole body, not letting him touch her. It felt like an electric shock went through her as something sticky touched her skin. The girl with tear-stained eyes lowered her head and noticed how 2 tentacles of the monster had already touched her knees. The tentacles moved further and grabbed the elf by her front forms. Ireina asked to save her and stop all this. The rest of the king's wards watched in silence as the monster mocked Ireina. For the Demon King, it was quite funny and interesting. He explained that it was wonderful and beautiful. Soon, the tentacle decided to move on to the inner contents and was already stretching forward. Before it could do this, the monster's body exploded. The creature's tentacles were destroyed. The creature, screaming in pain, fell to the ground in front of Ireina. The Demon King looked in displeasure in the direction from which the sound came. Finally, Ard finished off the monster that was torturing Ireina. The Dragon King grinned and said that Ard had finally come. Ard's meteor flew past the bright full moon, which illuminated his cloaked figure. He looked gloomily at the Lord of the Snake and asked how his life was. The king's subordinates immediately retreated, as they were afraid of the Ard. The king found it funny that Ard was putting so much pressure on them. Ard was willing to admit that they had done a good job this time and hadn't even scattered. His opponents had determination after all. The subordinates, who heard Ard's words, were still in shock. The dragon ordered them to remain calm and act according to the plan, as they had agreed. After his words, all the subordinates lined up in rows. Filled with one fierce impulse, they intended to get rid of him. The servants created a powerful spell together that was supposed to destroy the Ard in an instant. Everything around was filled with a powerful flash of light. Ireina was afraid for the Ard and called out to him. The servants assumed that they had succeeded and were able to destroy the intruder with one blow. The hero wanted to ask them for forgiveness. Landing on the ground, he said that, apparently, he was still alive. He looked sympathetically at the monsters and said that if they wanted to play, they could do it somewhere else. The opponents were shocked that there was not a scratch on the Ard and considered it complete nonsense. The hero created many different seals and said that now it was his turn. The demons couldn't believe that the hero had cast 9 spells right in front of them. When the magic seals were activated, various elements such as lightning, fire, and others began to attack their targets. In front of the astonished Ireina's eyes, all the monsters began to fall dead. Through her tears, the girl explained that the Ard was truly incredible. The Dragon King was no longer very happy. His face twisted in anger. With just a snap of his fingers, Ard cast a spell on Ireina's shackles. Her chains fell apart, freeing the girl, joyful Ireina pounced on Arda and began to sob loudly, pronouncing his name. Continuing to cry and hug Arda, she explained that she was very scared. Ard said he was late. He was sorry that she had to stand in front of them like that, and slammed his staff on the ground. He stuck the weapon into the ground, then took off his robe and put it on Ireina's body. Ard said that this robe was powered by her magic, and in an emergency, it could stop almost any attack. The hero smiled and asked not to take it off. Ireina looked at Arda in shock and then hugged him again. The hero shielded Ireina and used a magic spell against their enemy. The Dragon King cast a counter-frontal attack with displeasure. In addition, he released his power and began to take on his true form. Horns began to sprout from his head, fangs appeared from his mouth, and dragon scales sprouted from his body. The subordinates were still impressed by the power of the Ard. They had been defeated, but they believed that the dragon would win. Even if he was the son of great magicians, he would never defeat the monster of legends. The girl pressed herself against the Ard in fear, but the hero stroked her head and asked her not to worry about it. He smiled and reassured her that it was no problem for him. Ireina's eyes sparkled with happiness, and she calmed down. The Dragon King didn't understand how they could ignore him at that moment. Besides, he was interested to know how much he liked Ireina, who was a monster. He said that this child was an unusual beauty, as it might seem at first glance. The girl started crying again and ordered him to stop. A malicious smile appeared on the Dragon King's face. He wanted to tell Ardu who Ireina was. Ireina was paralyzed with shock when the king told her that she carried the blood of the evil gods. Ard already knew that everyone in her family was a carrier of it. Ireina couldn't believe that the hero now knew about it. Earlier, there was a conversation between Ireina's father and Ard. Even Weiss was surprised that Ard reacted calmly to this. In fact, Ard was quite shocked, but now everything was falling into place. Now he understood why Raz Al Ghul had captured Ireina. It turns out that the demons were going to sacrifice Ireina to summon the evil god. They grabbed her because, unlike Weiss, she had not yet reached maturity. In this case, everything fit. Weiss couldn't believe his ears. Ard's father laughed and exclaimed that it was his son. He thought it was funny that Ard said not to worry. The director blamed it on their old age and said that they couldn't fight on their own. Weiss admitted that he was indeed calm now, although Ard saw sadness on his face. Previously, he often met with people who carried the blood of evil gods. Then, too, this was often a reason for aggression. The religion where Ard was the supreme deity was widespread, so everything connected with evil gods is an object of hatred and disgust. Their family became kings thanks to this blood, and if anyone found out about it, they would be immediately overthrown. That's why they needed a double ruler. The hero understood how things were between them, and asked them to rely on him. Ireina and Arda's parents did not understand what the boy was going to do, because his opponent would be Elzard himself. At that time, the hero didn't care at all. The Dragon King wondered what happened to the boy. To Ireina's surprise, Ard said that it didn't matter to him. He didn't see anything wrong with her having that blood. He reassured Ireina and said that everything was fine. She had led a life worthy of respect, and that was enough for him. Hearing this, Ireina burst into tears again. Ireina was kind and brave, and no one could compare to her in this. He respected Ireina, who shone for him like the sun. And he will never forgive the Dragon King who tortured her and called Ireina a monster. The hero said that the king had insulted her friend, and this was tantamount to a declaration of war. The Dragon King didn't understand why Ard didn't strike seriously. He lowered his hand, perhaps so that his friends wouldn't be afraid of him. Elzard believed that friends were very dear to the hero, and he was afraid of losing them. The guy ordered not to touch his friends. The face of the terrible Elzard broke into a malicious grin. She said that she and Ard were similar. She also needed friends and suffered from loneliness. They could understand each other if they met under different circumstances. But now it was too late. Elzard screamed that she hated all this. The main character, Ard, literally drove her crazy. He had previously warned Elzard not to touch his friends. Although they still had plenty of time, Elzard was going to stick to the plan. In that case, the hero said he was going to crush her here and now. He was going to do this for all the rudeness she had shown to Ireina. She did this to a man who was dear to him. With these words, Ard grabbed his spear staff. The guy took the gun that was stuck in the ground nearby and said that she would die by his hands. His look looked quite determined and unwavering. The Dragon King assumed that the hero was indeed angry. She cast a multitude of seals at once and explained that she wished to see an even greater grimace of despair on his face. The hero looked back and noticed that a whole whirlwind of powerful force in the form of a tornado was flying towards him. There was a powerful explosion, but Elzard thought it was not enough. The dragon's servants were impressed by her strength. This was what it meant to be the legendary White Dragon. Ireina called out to Arda in fear, simultaneously holding her cloak from the strong wind. The hero grinned and asked not to worry about it, because she was not his rival. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, Ard took several bold steps towards the enemy. When the hero emerged from the smoke, all the dragon's servants were in shock. They could not believe that the hero was unharmed by all her attacks. Elzard thought it was strange, since it didn't look like Ard was using defensive magic. The boy agreed to explain everything to her. He held out his spear and said that it was all thanks to him. It completely neutralized the lightning magic, so her attacks didn't work. In that case, the Dragon King asked not to think that she would give up so easily. After saying that, she released many new attacks from the magic seals. She believed that any artifact had its own absorption limit. She was just going to keep attacking until his spear broke. Ard agreed with her. If the absorption limit is reached, it will indeed break. If the blows are of the same strength, it will last for about 100 times. But even if she destroys his spear, she still won't defeat Arda. Elzard chuckled and asked what was wrong. She warned that Ard wouldn't be able to defeat her unless he attacked. The boy smiled and told Elzard that she fought quite fiercely. The dragon was confused, not understanding what he was talking about. Ard smiled, assuming that the dragon's knees were shaking. With these words, the ground under the dragon's feet began to crumble, but the Elzard deftly jumped back. While dodging the explosions and earthquake, Elzard looked back and noticed a powerful explosion. Her entire body was engulfed in flames and she screamed. Ard couldn't believe she had fallen into such a simple trap. All her 1,000 years of experience were worthless. When the fire died down, the wounded Elzard fell to her knees. The ground around her was destroyed, but there was still a small shard of earth beneath her feet. The hero knew that the truly strong could not believe that they would die. Elzard was no different from them, so Ard was going to prove her wrong. He threw his spear at the Elzard and said that there was nothing immortal in this world. In response, the dragon threw her head back. The spear reached its target and pierced the girl's body. The Elzard's stomach was pierced through, and her body was thrown backwards. The Elzard, immobilized for a moment, flew into a nearby abyss and disappeared from sight. Ard thought that was the end of it. Before he could look back, Ireina called out to him. The girl was incredibly happy that he was okay and rushed to hug him. She believed that he would win, but she was still worried about him. Ireina was happy that he was not hurt. Ard smiled at her silently. Meanwhile, the dragon servants who were watching the fight thought that it was simply impossible. They exclaimed that it should not have been like this, and Elzard could not lose. Ard stroked Ireina's head and said that it was time for them to go home. He was sure that Genie was worried about her. Suddenly, Ard felt a terrible force that stunned him. He looked back and noticed several ball lightning bolts, after which something large flew out of the abyss. Elzard's body turned into a huge white dragon. His entire body was covered with powerful scales. The white dragon shouted that they were not finished yet and prepared a powerful magic attack. The magic circle in the air began to sparkle with a blinding light. Ard looked sadly at the dragon and admitted that he did not like persistent women. He extended his hand forward and created the ultimate defensive magic, a 7-layer barrier. The dragon exclaimed that it would crush them into dust and continued to attack the boys even under the layer of magic. The protective barrier began to crack under the strong pressure. Ireina, who was hiding behind Ard, was scared and worried about the barrier, which began to collapse. Meanwhile, Ard thought about Elzard. It looked like she had been hiding on the mountain top for 1,000 years. She had spent a lot of time in this place where the concentration of magical energy was so high, so her powers had not weakened over time. As a result, the hero was left with only 5 layers of protective barrier. He continued to cover the frightened Ireina and hold the barrier. The hero understood the consequences if everything continued at this pace. It would be bad if the remaining 5 layers were to collapse as well. He glanced at Ireina, who had pressed herself closer to him and was looking into his eyes with hope. At first his face seemed surprised, but then a satisfied smile appeared on the guy's face. He thought it was all quite cute. He thought that he would definitely like to protect Ireina. He wanted to do it even if she became afraid of him and left him. With these thoughts, the guy continued to hold back his protective barrier. Before his next move, the guy warned Ireina that it would be better for her not to see this. He said that his path was filled with despair and his lifestyle was miserable. The hero was casting his strongest technique. He had previously sworn that he would never use it again. Ard continued casting the spell. He had always been alone, with no one to follow, no one to walk this path with. The boy frowned and thought that they only had 3 layers left. The white dragon laughed and asked Ard to know despair. At that moment, Ireina hid her face behind Ard's back. She felt the hero's hand on her shoulder. The guy continued to read his spell. He said that no one would understand him, and everyone ran away from him. His only friend abandoned him, and he was drowning in a sea of madness and loneliness. At this point, the hero had only the last layer left. As the last layer of the barrier disintegrated, Ireina turned white with fear, but Ard looked determined. The white dragon threw back her head and commanded them to die. A huge, glittering dragon seal began to appear before the eyes of the shocked Ireina. And even in death, he would not find peace, drowning in sorrow and despair. Ard continued to mutter his spell. When the spell was finished, he used the skill of the tail of the lonely king. At the same time, many sparkling seals were created, from which a long-haired elf emerged. The elf said that they were at threat level 3. They needed to lower their containment by 15% and go into defensive mode. The white dragon summoned a powerful flash of light with his seal and unleashed it on his enemies. The elf summoned by the hero did not move from his place and only extended his hand towards the huge flash flying towards them. The blow took the form of a shining ball as soon as the elf touched it. Ireina couldn't believe her eyes. Ard looked pretty cool, and Elzard was confused. It was hard to believe, but her attack simply disappeared. Apparently, it was absorbed by this elf. The guy approached an elf named Lydia and asked her to dance like in the old days. The elf looked at her lord emotionlessly and agreed with him. Her body began to glow and transform into something else. Soon the body turned into a powerful Ard sword, which bound his hand and weapon with chains. The hero raised his blade to the sky and said that he would fight according to the rules of the White Dragon. Elzard couldn't believe that the hero was going to challenge the dragon in midair. Ard had probably decided to commit suicide and had gone completely crazy from helplessness. The dragon followed him into the sky. Ireina watched with excitement as the dragon and the Ard fought at insane speeds somewhere in the sky. The dragon's servants could not believe their eyes. Their bodies were shaking. They couldn't understand what was happening, and they couldn't believe that such a thing could exist. One of the monsters fell to the ground and asked for mercy. Meanwhile, Ireina could not take her shocked gaze away from this battle. She could not believe that there was really an Ard in front of her. Before her eyes, Ard struck the white dragon with his sword, whose body fell to the ground with a crash and destroyed everything in the area. Ireina began to doubt that Ard was human. Earlier he told Ireina that it would be better for her not to see this. He already knew that the blood of the evil god flowed in her, and still called her a friend. Ireina tried to come to her senses and slapped her cheeks with her palms. She continued to watch Ard with a determined look. The white dragon lost an arm, a wing, and another part of its body from the powerful force of the blow. Elzard was bleeding, but continued to stay in the air. Sure, it hurt, but she now understood what the Ard was capable of. She couldn't regenerate by just absorbing the magic around her, but Ard, using a sword, was unable to fight without using magic. Elzard called the hero a pathetic nobody. The guy agreed that he would not win at this rate. Elzard wondered what he would do. She thought it would be better for him to give in right away, otherwise it would only get worse for him. Elzard asked not to make her laugh, because if someone dies here, it will be an Ard. The dragon threw back her head and prepared her next move called Faramabes Gwyn's. She couldn't wait to see how the guy would analyze it. The hero didn't react to her provocation and said that he wouldn't even need an analysis. He pointed the sword towards her and said that he would get rid of it by force. Ard used the skill Lady Sigma code. Many seals appeared in front of his sword, which stacked on top of each other. After that, Ard used a preparation called Absolute Zero. At first, his magic was completed at 40%, then at 50%. While the skill was charging, the dragon activated the Evsim. Its seal began to glow brightly before activating. Soon, Ard's skill activation had already reached 95%. Meanwhile, Elzard was also preparing her attack. Soon, Ard's magic readiness reached 100%. The white dragon was also ready to attack Ard with magic. Elzard used the ancient breath. The boy thought that everything was ready and assumed that it was worth shooting now. This was definitely the end. The hero activated Absolute Zero and summoned a huge pillar of fire. The lightning sparkling pillar of fire collided with the dragon's frontal attack, and they began to press against each other. But then Elzard couldn't believe her eyes. Her attack was being absorbed by the hero's fire magic. Elzard thought that it was simply not possible. Arda's pillar of fire absorbed the dragon's counterattack and completely consumed Elzard's body. When the light cleared, Ard noticed that the white dragon was still somehow floating in the sky, despite its entire body being almost torn apart. Ard was impressed that Elzard was able to survive such an attack. As Ard pointed his blade at the monster, Elzard began repeating that she would die alone. But she denied it at the same time. She was not going to die just like that, and wanted to kill her opponents. The white dragon called out to Ard Meteor. Right before Ard's eyes, the dragon used transfer magic and her body dissolved into thin air. Ard didn't even know that she still had this power. The hero remembered the dragon's words that she was alone. He looked at his sword and said that it was all over. Ard turned to his sword, Lydia. He ordered her to return and become one with him again. When the boy raised his hand, the weapon glowed and took on a human form. Calling the hero her lord, Lydia dissolved into Ard's body. Ard looked at his fist. The hero noticed that Ireina was kneeling not far from him. Her back was turned to him, and her head was lowered. Ard looked sadly at the silent Ireina. She must have seen his magic and been frightened by it. But for Ard, it was enough that he simply protected her. Ireina silently rose to her feet. Suddenly her words shocked the guy. The girl exclaimed that this is exactly what she expected from her friend. The hero looked at Ireina questioningly. Ireina continued to stand with her back to him. She said that she too had to become stronger to keep up with him. She turned to Ardu and said with a smile that she had to become the girl he could rely on. Ard was worried about their friendship and asked if she would really continue to be his friend. Ireina confidently approached the Ard and extended her hand to him. Of course, she wanted to be his friend and happily told Ardu about it. Against the backdrop of the setting sun, Ard smiled at Ireina and shook her hand. Eventually, after some time, Olivia and the others met Ard, who saved Ireina after all. In the city, everyone helped each other after the attack. Some treated people, and some helped build the city. Ireina's father Weiss supervised the workers who were erecting the buildings. Ard's parents were on the road. Their cart passed a wide field. Ard's father thought it was definitely suspicious. His wife agreed with him. It was strange that information about her and Ireina had leaked out. Besides, there were too many demons in the world. There should be few of them, but here there were several thousand. Besides, Ard's parents didn't understand why they tried so hard to kidnap Ireina. Weiss, who was riding with them in the cart, said that it was all strange because there were no senior managers. It was inevitable that Ireina would be in danger in the future. But Ard's parents were confident that their son would protect Weiss's daughter, so he didn't have to worry about that. Technically, he was their son after all. Weiss remembered the moment he found out about it. He couldn't believe that Collard and Jack actually had a child, because it was impossible. Ard had an unnatural birth, and his amazing abilities. It was easy to guess that Ard was the reincarnation of the Demon King. Even as a child, he prepared a real potion. Weiss didn't know why the Demon King was reborn. But he and Ireina had another secret. They had to hide the fact that she was a descendant of Lydia, the Demon King's best friend. She was believed to have killed the Demon King. This secret was for the sake of their friendship. The hero only had time to think that everything was over and peaceful life had finally arrived. Barely opening his eyes early in the morning, he saw girls in nightgowns in front of him, who wished him good morning. As a reward and a sign of recognition, he was placed in the same room with Ireina, and then Ginny suddenly burst in. As a result, the lecturer's story became reality. Sitting at a lecture surrounded by girls, who were devouring him with their loving gaze, the hero did not understand how everything turned out this way. While the guys were waiting in the auditorium, Olivia made a displeased face and said that she didn't want to do it. She didn't feel like introducing new students at all. She looked at the natural lowly, who was quite beautiful. She had very long hair. The girl also looked at Olivia from the doorway with displeasure. Without waiting for permission, the girl entered the classroom and asked which of them was Ard Meteor. The surprised student simultaneously glanced sideways at the guy sitting right in the center. The girl ran up to his desk and asked if he was really Ard Meteor. She was glad that she finally found him. The girl explained that he was the Demon King and the reincarnation of Varvatos. Olivia stared at the hero gloomily. Ginny and Ireina also stared questioningly at Ard. Everyone froze in anticipation. At that moment, the guy felt a sharp chill from excitement. Out of the blue, a girl burst into the classroom and said that the hero was the reincarnation of the Demon King. She stood on the desk with her feet right in front of Ard and introduced herself as Sylvie Melvain, a brave heroine. She had come here to defeat the Demon King. The hero remembered the events that happened to him about 3,000 years ago. One day, he was sitting in his chair and calmly reading a book. Suddenly, he heard someone about to attack him from behind. Ard noticed a girl with a sword behind him. Right in the jump, Ard blocked her sword with his book, and the girl deftly landed on the ground. She was indeed brave to dare to disturb his peace. This determined and confident girl was called Sylvie. She was sure that she would be the one to defeat the filthy Demon King once and for all. The guy said that she was talking nonsense as usual. The disgruntled hero said that he was in a bad mood today. He was ready to attack her, but someone came into their room and asked them to stop arguing. It was a beautiful girl named Lydia. Sylvie was delighted with her little sister. Lydia had told Sylvie earlier not to touch Vela, but Sylvie disagreed. Then Lydia walked up to her younger sister and hit her on the head. An angry Lydia told the sylph that since she had done something wrong, she should have apologized quickly. Tears of resentment welled up in Sylvie's eyes. In addition, Lydia hit her hard on the head. Sylvie hesitantly asked for forgiveness from Ard. The hero knew that Sylvie was an orphan. She adored Lydia, and Lydia in turn looked after her and taught her. It is not surprising that she was jealous of Lydia for him as a friend. The overly energetic girl was constantly making faces and sticking out her tongue, which greatly irritated the Ard. Suddenly she left the army and disappeared, and they thought she was dead. The hero couldn't even believe that she had come to bother him again. But the hero thought that there was nothing to worry about, because no one would believe such nonsense. But the genie apparently took these words seriously. Her eyes sparkled with delight. She explained that she didn't even know that. The girls thought it was completely unsurprising and sounded quite convincing. It was impossible not to believe this passionate heroine. The guy was completely confused and didn't understand how this was possible. His face turned pale, and he realized that he was in bad shape. He also didn't understand why the whole class believed her. At that moment, Ireina couldn't take it anymore and loudly slammed her hands on the table. Ireina was furious that she just showed up here and said that she came to defeat her friend. Sylvie blushed in response, not knowing what to say in response to the fiery Ireina. It seemed natural to Arda that she was surprised. Ireina also reminded him of Lydia when he first met her. Sylvie wanted to know who she was to him, and Ireina replied that she was his friend. In that case, the sylph exclaimed that she would also be friends with her, and then she would be able to spare him and let him go. For a while, Sylvie and Ireina silently looked into each other's eyes. Ireina explained that she didn't agree with her. She didn't want to be friends with someone who was so hostile to the Ardu. Sylvie was very hurt by her answer. Almost crying, the angry Sylvie pounced on Ard and said that she would definitely kill him. But someone ordered the Sylvie to stop. It was Olivia who reminded them that class was in session. Sylvie had to put off the fight with Ard for a while. Ard was glad that he was saved. The next lesson, Ard's group headed to the training field, where their duel with Sylvie took place. Olivia smirked and said that they just had a fencing lesson, so Sylvie was lucky. Her stupid brother was usually calm and collected, but as soon as Sylvie appeared, for some reason he began to tense up. The hero couldn't find words for Olivia. He thought it would be better for him to lose, so as not to arouse any suspicion. Ireina sincerely rooted for Ard and exclaimed that he would be able to defeat her. For Sylvie, this was another blow. The girl became furious and attacked Ard, exclaiming that she would finish him off. In a jump, she swung her sword and crossed swords with Ard. Several times in a row, the hero parried her quick strikes. The students noticed that the two were quite strong and assumed that they were overdoing it. They were surprised that their swords had not broken yet. The boy knew that he was in bad shape if he did not lose to her sooner. Sylvie heated up the situation and laughed at the fact that the hero was a weakling. She said that the loser would have to obey the winner. Her words once again enraged the guy. Sylvie offered Ard the meteor to finally defeat her. Ard swung his sword and Sylvie flew away, falling to the ground. Ireina and Genie were glad that Ard was able to resist her. The rest of the students were shocked by their battle. The hero, his face white with fear, looked at Olivia, who was watching their fight. Judging by Olivia's gloomy, irritated face, she understood everything. It seemed like he had better win this fight, but the hero wasn't sure. Sylvie rose heavily to her feet and said that she would never admit it. She explained to the Demon King that she had become stronger and would never lose to him again. With these words, she raised her hand up and called upon her powers of Demis Argus. Ard was surprised to see the sacred sword Demis Argus in her hands. Sylvie began to chant, preparing her sword to attack. In her hands was one of the three great sacred swords, the sword that she and Lydia had entrusted to Sylvie. The hero couldn't believe that she was actually going to unleash that power. All the students watched the fight, fascinated. When Sylvie began to accumulate her power along with the sword, Olivia called out to the girl and ordered her to stop. She shouldn't have used that technique here. But the Sylvie didn't hear her at all and had already launched a powerful fire attack on the guy. The hero took his sword in his hands. He hissed in displeasure, thinking that he would have to use his skills. Ard raised his hand up and used the ultimate wall to defend himself. The glittering dome stopped the attack, but still cracked under such power. The hero could not believe that this fool had hit at full force. He understood that with his current body, he would not be able to take the blow. In this case, the Ard decided to take other measures. Still under the dome, the hero raised his hand and activated the Giga Wind skill. A powerful stream of wind created a whirlwind. His attack repelled the sylph's onslaught and directed its full force at the neighboring building. There was an explosion, destroying half of the roof. Sylvie looked at Ard with displeasure. Ard was already expecting her next attack. Sylvie asked not to think about the fact that she was finished. Before she could attack, Olivia ordered her to stop it. She pointed her sword at the Melchwain Sylvie and warned that if she continued this fight, she would cut off her head. Sylvie was upset and had to put her sword away. Olivia looked around and asked Sylvie to do the same. The girl was horrified by the consequences. Due to their fierce battle, all the students were injured from the blows and lay on the ground. Demis Argus fired magic from the blade. This magic spread a magical element with poisonous properties into the surrounding area. It seemed that she had subconsciously suppressed the poison from spreading, so people with high magic resistance were not harmed. This included Ireina and Genie. Sylvie felt embarrassed by what she had done. An angry Olivia explained that she hadn't changed at all. She was still the same stupid child who didn't know how to handle her powers. Olivia suggested looking at herself from the outside and thinking about what Lydia would say. The sylph's lips trembled in response. She still couldn't accept it. The girl explained that even if there were sacrifices, the spirit would remain and all they had to do was perform a resurrection ritual. The hero thought that this could not be ignored. At that moment, Ireina got ahead of him, ran up to the girl and hit her on the head with all her might with her fist. Ireina believed that since she had done so many things, she had to change. Her blow caught the Sylvie off guard and made her remember something. She looked at Ard and remembered how she had been reprimanded by Lydia. Ard came up to her and smiled. Ireina stroked the Sylphie's head and said that she was a very strong girl, so she shouldn't have harmed others with her strength. She hoped that they had come to an agreement. Looking at Ireina's sincere smile, she remembered Lydia. Tears welled up in Sylvia's eyes, and she agreed with Ireina. The girl burst into tears and asked everyone for forgiveness. Ard glanced at Olivia with a smile, but Olivia walked past him with a stony face. She asked to go to the principal's office with Ireina Ritz during lunch break, after which she left the class. Soon the director greeted the boys in the office. He was glad that they came to him and apologized for calling them, but they needed to talk. Ard and Ireina wanted to know what was going on. Ard's face darkened when the director asked him to help him earn money. The director clarified that this was not for him personally, but for the academy. He thought the kids knew about the academy's festival that was going to be held next month. The purpose of the festival was for the students to gain experience by organizing events on their own. But that was just an excuse. Honestly, it would be a great way to make money for the academy. Even though their academy was supported by the state, the funding was insufficient. The scale of the academy was huge, and recently some of their best teachers had disappeared. They had to compensate for these losses. The director apologized for involving them in this, but he wanted their help. It seemed that they thought that Jessica was missing, although she was killed by the white dragon. If the hero could be useful, he wanted to ask the director how he could help them. The director replied that they were going to hold 2 major events this year. The first event was the King of Swords tournament. It was an annual tournament that they were required to participate in, especially the Ard. The director knew that he didn't like these events. In the second event, he planned to stage a play. The hero agreed that it was a great idea. Ireina explained that the plays were popular in their time, and that many people would surely come. The director had no doubt about it. He said that their names had spread throughout the kingdom after the recent incident. If the 3 of them acted in the play, they would be able to promote it easily. That was why the director wanted Ireina and Ard to take part. Ard looked at Ireina thoughtfully. He was surprised that Ireina was not at all against trying. She had always admired actresses, so she would like to try performing on stage. Ireina looked at the surprised Arda with a sincere smile and hoped that he would support her. The hero didn't think that Olivia would suspect him of anything if he decided to play on stage. Besides, people might like his performance, and then he could make friends. This had only one advantage for him. Moreover, the hero was enchanted by Ireina's sincere joy. He couldn't refuse such a smile, and said that they would take part. Olivia, equally dissatisfied, turned to the director and suggested moving on to the next one. The director apologized to Mrs. Olivia. He took something out of his desk and asked the boys to look at it. Ireina and Ard read the letter. It said that they had to cancel the festival, otherwise something would happen. Apparently, this letter was a threat. Moreover, this letter was written on human skin. Its sender was none other than Ras Al Ghul. Ireina immediately lost her smile and fell into despair. She said that this was exactly the one she needed. But they didn't understand how the kidnapping and the cancellation of the Academy Festival were connected. The director didn't understand what he was planning. The consequences could be more serious than they expected, so Olivia decided to use Sylvia as protection. And she also found her wandering the streets, looking for the Demon Lord. She was a complete idiot who was nothing but trouble, but she was damn strong. Also, it seemed like she had spent a lot of time in places with high magic content, but her fragile human body was not affected. At the moment, Sylvie was undoubtedly one of the strongest. More precisely, it could be said that Sylvia is one of the strongest people in the entire world. Ireina turned to Mrs. Olivia uncertainly. She wanted to know if Sylvia was really the heroine. Olivia knew it was hard to believe, because the brave heroine was portrayed as an unearthly beauty. But that was really her. In any case, she was not a bad person, just very clumsy and often made mistakes. Olivia believed in Sylvia. At the moment of their conversation, someone's screams were heard from behind the walls. It seemed that someone was arguing. Olivia heard someone being insulted and threatened with violence. Apparently, Sylvia was involved. Olivia apologized and asked to forget what she had just said. She took everything back. Art understood Olivia perfectly. Olivia said they would look into the situation and the director thanked her. Ireina and Ard went up to the top floor and saw a terrible picture. At the head of several muscular students stood a sylph. It looked like they hit the girl's offender, and he fell to the floor. Sylvia looked down on the student and was ready to kill him with just one look. One of the students helped the victim up. Ireina called out to Sylvia and asked what she was doing. Sylvia hesitated with her answer, but Ireina ordered her to explain everything immediately. She warned that if the girl hit this guy without a good reason, she would never forgive her. Sylvia explained that it was not as they thought, because those students were laughing at the students from Class C. They called them commoners, so she lost her temper. Ireina understood everything and Sylvia asked her for forgiveness again. The muscular guy said that it wasn't her fault, because the sylph stood up for them and protected them. But the injured guy got to his feet and said that he was simply stating a fact. The elf with the swollen cheek said that commoners were no match for aristocrats, and their class would take the festival's grand prize. The S class didn't even have the right to stand next to them. The hero realized that their fight had started because of some festival award. Sylvia was again enraged by his words. The elf exclaimed that they were aristocrats. The blood of the demon lord's army flowed through them, and there was nothing special about their blood. Simply put, they were nothing more than cattle. Ireina did not tolerate his words, and punched the elf right in the face herself. Everyone present was shocked by Ireina's behavior. Sylvia, on the contrary, stared at Ireina with an admiring look. Her blow was so strong that the guy flew a couple of meters and fell to the floor with a crash. Ireina did not understand his words. She explained that everyone had the same blood, both aristocrats and commoners. By belittling people over such trifles, he was nothing more than real trash. The girl exclaimed that they would take the main prize and would never lose to them. Ard was shocked by how similar Ireina was to Lydia now. Sylvia could not take her rapturous gaze full of love from Ireina's little sister. The victim did not understand how the daughter of some baron could be so rude to the son of a count. He got to his feet with the help of his classmate and said that it would be as she said. He pointed his finger at Ireina and exclaimed that it was a bet. He said that the winner would be the one who earned the most money for performing at the festival. If they won, he would apologize. He wanted to set a condition if they won. Ireina was so confident that she promised to walk 100 laps around the academy grounds naked and then leave the academy. A smug grin appeared on the elf's face. They had come to an agreement with Ireina. Before leaving, the guy asked her not to forget about the promise. Sylvia explained to her little sister Ireina that she was very cool. Ireina apologized for her words. She felt awkward, but Art didn't understand what she was apologizing for, because she had done the right thing. Ireina looked at Art in surprise. Ireina's entire class surrounded the girl and thanked her for her help. They exclaimed that Ireina was the best. Sylvia called out to Arda. Even though he was the ruler of demons, he said the right things. The hero had already completely forgotten about her. Sylvia took a deep breath and proudly turned away from him. She agreed to change her attitude towards Ardu a little. Sylvia hurried to her sister Ireina. At that moment, Ardu sadly hung his head. Suddenly, a happy Ireina called out to him and suggested that they all win together. Ard agreed to forget about Sylvia for a while and agreed with Ireina's proposal. Ireina and Ard shook hands and decided that this guy would regret crossing their path. The school festival was about to start, so the whole academy was excited. The hero decided to speak in front of the class and asked for everyone's attention. Their class had also been working hard to prepare for the festival. He said it should be a performance by the entire class and wanted suggestions. Even though it was a student event, the hero didn't understand why he was the one being the mediator. Ard glanced at Olivia, who was acting rather reserved. She stood silently nearby and listened to them. Someone raised their hand to express their idea. One of the students suggested making attractions using illusionary magic. Ard asked to tell about it in more detail. The guy suggested making it so that the participants would relive life as a demon lord and as if they themselves had become one. The elf noble, who was sitting nearby, thought that the thoughts of the commoners were quite vile. He couldn't believe it because it was disrespectful to the demon lord. Sylvia exclaimed that she had no interest in the demon lord. One of the students exclaimed that he could not think of a more noble idea. The boys suggested that in that case, they try to think of something better. Sylvia said that she would not forgive them if everything went boringly and snobbishly. The boys looked back at Sylvia. It seemed like she was really annoying them, but Sylvia didn't understand what was going on. The angry classmates didn't understand what they had just seen. They thought that Sylvia wanted to stop them. Sylvia also got angry at the boys and said that it would take a long time. During their argument, Ard thought about what he should have done. He asked the boys to remain quiet. Ginny raised her hand and said there was one innovative idea that would help make a record amount of money. Since it was a girl from the Southern family who said this, Olivia was ready to listen to her. The hero did not understand how Ginny was going to do this. Ginny smiled and replied that victory would be theirs. She suggested to Ard that they create an erotic maid cafe. She couldn't wait to hear Ard's opinion on the matter. Her eyes were shining with her enthusiasm. She dreamed of maids, neat and clean. It was very difficult to invade their innocent life. And yet, they were the property of their master and did everything they were told. The charm of a maid is a feeling without morality because of such contradictions. Ard wished that the genie would come to her senses and return to their dimension. And at the same time, Ginny was going to boldly make everything more erotic. To be more specific, it was necessary to remake the neat maid's clothes into something more daring, as if to seduce her master. And these erotic cute maids would be waitresses. Ard was completely confused, but he understood her thoughts. In Ginny's mind, this is exactly what an erotic maid cafe looked like. The girl also mentioned that this idea was conceived by her mother during her school days, and the same was done at a school festival. They were successful and had record sales. They'll have girls as waitresses and boys in the kitchen. Ginny handed Ardu a pre-prepared design for an improved maid uniform. Ard's face went pale with embarrassment, but he decided to take a look at her plan anyway. Whatever the content, the main thing was that Ginny was really looking forward to the school festival. As soon as the hero looked at the contents, his face darkened. He thought that it was clearly too much, but the genie smiled and said that she tried. Some of the students immediately rebelled and shouted that they would never wear this debauchery. But another guy did not understand what they were talking about. He thought it was a good design. The third guy sighed and said that with this, they could expect high sales. One of the students exclaimed that she would never do this, because after this, she would probably not be married. Ard was even more against all this and understood the girls perfectly. Genie replied that strangers were not the only customers. Students from their academy would also come to them. Genie hinted to the girls that they would also have to serve the Arda. This suggestion excited all her classmates. Every single one of them immediately agreed to organize an erotic maid cafe with Ginny Sunday. They considered her a genius. Ard mentally called the girls traitors. The worried Ard asked all the guys to calm down, but they seemed not to hear him. The whole class began to vigorously discuss their future erotic maid cafe. Ard closed his eyes. He could literally feel the dark aura of the guys pressing on him. Eventually, Ard understood everything. He had to agree with Ginny's idea. Sylvia jumped to her feet in shock. She was angry and did not understand what the hero was thinking. Ard said that it was not so at all. He also did not understand anything about such shameless events, but they had to choose a reliable way to win. Surely her favorite heroine Lydia said the same thing. Sylvia studied Ginny's plan on paper and closed her eyes. She tried to convince herself many times that this was for Group A. In the end, Sylvia exclaimed that there was nothing she could do about it. Despite her face burning with shame, she explained that she would help them too. But the genie surprised the sylph and said that she would not participate. Sylvia didn't understand why she couldn't participate. In response to the question, Ginny looked down at her chest. In the end, they decided that their class would perform at the festival. The hero suggested discussing all the details later. Arda had another piece of news for the class. This year, in addition to a performance from each class and the annual Sword King combat competition as the highlight of the program, a theatrical production was also planned. Their class was honored to organize this production. The boys were delighted with this proposal. The director said that he would leave the idea to their discretion. Considering that the production would attract the attention of visitors, the scene should be taken from the story of the famous demon lord. Ard thought that it would be quite appropriate and asked about objections. He never imagined that the day would come when he would offer his embellished story. But with the strict censorship of the era, it would be foolish for them to show the truth and be caught for being disrespectful. Therefore, the story of the demon lord was the best solution. In Ard's opinion, no one would be against it. Although there were those who objected, everything was resolved thanks to Ireina. After that, the discussion passed without conflicts. The director decided that Ard and Ireina would be the hosts. Their performance should include a scene with the defeat of the evil god by the demon lord. The hero asked the children who would like to play the role of the evil god. After making some notes on the school board, he turned to the class. The whole class immediately became silent. All the students hung their heads gloomily and trembled at the very thought of it. Arda didn't find this surprising, since the evil god was despised by everyone. Even professional actors had to draw lots for the role. Apparently, they would have to choose someone that way too. Sylvia sighed and said that there was nothing she could do about it. She raised her hand and said that since no one wanted to take this role, then she would play the evil god. The whole class, as well as Ard and Ireina, stared at Sylvia in surprise. Ard smiled and thought that the sylph had not changed at all. At first glance, she was one of those who disturbed harmony and peace, but in fact, she always thought about others and was ready to do anything for the sake of the common cause. Therefore, deep in his soul, the hero hated her. The girl said that if she played the role of an evil god, she would be able to take revenge on him directly. On stage, she was going to pay him back in full for what happened at the fencing lesson. Ard's face darkened, and the boy hung his head. Olivia also glared at Sylvia. Sylvia rejoiced and asked him to just wait until she showed him. Ard couldn't hate her now, but he already doubted it. As a result, the streets of the city became quite lively. Everyone was preparing for the festival, and along with them, strange people in masks appeared on the streets. These people were quietly spying on others and smiling maliciously. Eventually, the actors were chosen and the performance was about to begin. Shortly before the festival, the main characters decided to go to the bathhouse together. As Ireina thought, the big bathhouses were quite nice. Genie smiled and replied that before that they always took a bath at home. Meanwhile, Sylvia was worried about her figure and assured herself that everything was fine and that it would grow. Ireina pointed to the next chair and suggested that she come over to her. She wanted to help her friend wash her back. Sylvia remembered Arda's words. Since Ireina was the target of the demons, there had to be someone by her side at all times. Sylvia sat down in the middle of the girls and thought that she was now their retinue. While she was trying to concentrate, Ireina began to rub her back. Sylvia found it surprising that Ireina liked it and smiled. Ireina was glad that Sylvia offered to accompany her, because it would be difficult for her to remain locked in her room. She sincerely thanked Sylvia for the company. Sylvia blushed with embarrassment because her little sister Ireina thanked her. Ireina assumed that Sylvia was going to the academy for the first time, and the girl confirmed it. The elf thought that she must have been nervous, but for Sylvia it was necessary, and she had no choice. Sylvia would like to be around her little sister Ireina more often, but not as her retinue. The girl thanked her for today. Sylvia thought to herself that being together even without any special reason, like the times when she was with her little sister Lydia, was wonderful. Ireina noticed that the sylph was thinking and called out to her. Sylvie came to her senses and turned sharply towards the surprised Ireina. The girl remembered that her sister Ireina was not Lydia. She answered Ireina that everything was fine. But Sylvia remembered that Ireina didn't want to be friends with someone who was hostile to the Ardu. Thinking about this, Sylvia clenched her fists. She wanted to ask her sister Ireina something. Ireina was ready to listen to her while she was wiping her back. Sylvia was worried that they couldn't become friends. Ireina was surprised to hear this. Ireina did not understand what Sylvia was talking about and asked her a question. Sylvia was shocked when Ireina said that they were already friends. She really didn't want to be friends with someone who spoke so badly of Arda, but with her, it was different. Or rather, she couldn't leave her alone. Ireina turned the tap to turn on the water and continued talking. In fact, her first impression of Sylvia was terrible, but she did not hate her. Sylvia couldn't believe her words. She asked if she could really become her friend. As Ireina said, they were already friends. Hearing this, Sylvia burst into tears. Unable to contain her emotions, Sylvia pounced on her little sister and accidentally knocked her to the floor. Sylvia couldn't hold back her tears because she finally had friends in this era. While Sylvia was crying on Ireina's chest, Ireina looked at the girl in surprise. Ireina could understand her feelings and stroked her friend on the head. She smiled and hugged the sylph's head to her. She calmed her down and said that now she would no longer be alone. Meanwhile, the genie turned questioningly to the girls, who were lying on the wet floor. That evening the bathhouse was so hot that the girls found it hard to breathe. The first day of the school festival finally arrived. The third-year class invited everyone to visit their magical attraction, and the second-year class said that their stand would transport those who wanted to visit to a dazzling fantasy world. Ard looked around at the crowded streets. It seemed to him that everything was going smoothly today. In order to not raise a ruckus, they decided not to tell anyone about the threatening letters and simply remain vigilant, secretly guarding the academy. As he was walking, someone called out to the boy. Ireina ran up to him and explained that the ice cream in her hands was very tasty. Ard smiled back and said that he was happy for that. The hero noticed that there was syrup on her cheek and helped wipe it off. Some people thought that they were having a date, but Ard remained on guard the whole time. In the company of Ard, Ireina approached a huge tree that grew in the middle of the city. Ireina was shocked by how huge and lush this tree was. She admitted that she was always overwhelmed with emotions when she looked at this tree. Ard knew that this tree was called the Tree of the Sword King. It was probably planted during the time of Ravel III. According to legend, the man who is called the Great King of the Sword sealed something special here. As a result, this huge tree grew, protecting what was sealed beneath it. The hero became curious about what he wanted to protect so much and asked Ireina, but Ireina did not know the answer. Ireina had asked her father about it a long time ago, but he apparently didn't know either. Even the royal family didn't know anything about it. The hero assumed that perhaps there was nothing special hidden there. Suddenly, Ard felt a strange force and assumed that it was a demon. Nearby, he noticed an angry sylph, who was standing with a sword in her hands. She pointed the sword at a local resident, as he looked suspicious, and asked him to behave decently. The man almost cried and begged for mercy. Ard approached Sylvia and wanted to know what had happened. Sylvia called out to Ard and her sister and said that this man was undoubtedly a demon. The frightened man explained that this was not so at all. The man wanted to know what he had done. The girl replied that he looked suspicious. According to the sylph, people like him were most often demons. Ireina and Ard found it all illogical. The girl jumped on the frightened villager and asked him to be smart and show himself in all his glory. Ard extended his hand and asked the sylph to calm down. Just then someone called out to the guys and asked about the noise. Olivia came up to them to explain the situation. The frightened man said that he was attacked by this girl and asked to save him. Olivia's face immediately changed. Olivia looked menacingly at the sylph, demanding an explanation from her. The girl asked not to lie and exclaimed that he was a demon. A gloomy Olivia said that it was a worker from her favorite restaurant, and there was no way he could be a demon. The worker hid behind Olivia's legs in tears. Sylvia had to agree with him. The girl said that she was wrong again. Olivia sighed heavily. She couldn't believe that they were making noise in this place when there was a whole city here. Ard stared at Olivia in surprise. Olivia fell silent and looked at the tree with a sad look. Ard asked Olivia a question and asked about her knowledge of this tree. Olivia looked coldly at Arda. She turned back and replied that she couldn't even tell him about it. Surprised Ireina and Ard silently watched Olivia go. Meanwhile, the first-year group presented their erotic maid cafe. Quite a few people had already gathered near the building. The maid noticed the hero coming towards them and hurried inside. She opened the doors loudly and warned the girls that Ard was coming. She hoped that they had everything ready. Meanwhile, one of the maids was already meeting Ard at the front door. It was obvious that Ireina was starting to get nervous. As soon as the boys entered, they were met by a multitude of maids in erotic costumes. They bowed to the Ard and greeted him. At their head stood none other than the genie. Ard was completely confused and felt awkward in this situation. The girls in short skirts continued to bow and call Arda their master. Ireina was shocked by this sight. Ginny reached out her hand to Ardu and gently said that she would lead him to the table. She took the confused Ard by the hand and asked the gentleman to come here. Ireina was blushing with jealousy. She abruptly headed somewhere, but the sylph did not understand what she wanted to do. Ard tried to assure the girls that he was not their client at all, but Ginny said that it was all part of the show. It was all to attract customers. In that case, Ginny suggested that Ard enjoy their hospitality. Ard was completely confused and did not understand why he was at the center of events. One of the maids crept up behind the Ard and offered the gentleman his order. He could have drinks or light snacks. She was so hospitable that she even offered herself. Ginny was pleasantly impressed by how their girls got into character and literally attacked their master. They pressed him from all sides and offered to take his order. Suddenly, Ginny heard the boys screaming in delight and looked back. Ard was shocked when he saw Ireina in front of him, who also decided to change into an erotic maid uniform. He remembered that she was supposed to wear a regular maid outfit, but Ireina decided that from now on she would also serve them in this outfit. Sylvie was shocked by how well this outfit suited Ireina's little sister. The hero called out to Sylvie and asked her not to discover something new for herself. Ginny was delighted that Ireina had finally decided to change. Ireina approached the Ard, putting all her assets on display, and asked about his order with a smile. Ard felt extremely awkward when Ireina crouched down in front of him. Ginny asked Miss Ireina not to steal Ard from them, because Ard was their common master. The other girls supported her, but Ireina believed that Ard was only her master. During their quarrel, one of the maids approached Ginny and whispered something in her ear. After the news, Ginny was a little puzzled. She called out to Arda and asked him to come over for just a couple of minutes. Ginny also asked Ireina and the sylph to go with her. The whole group went into a separate room, where Ginny closed the door behind her. Stopping at the door, Ginny asked the guys to listen to her. They did all this because of competition with Class A, but Ginny thought that if things continued like this, they would lose. Ireina didn't understand how this was possible, because it was only the first day. The thing is, someone gave the class their idea. They had a cafe of girls in bikinis, and their bodies were almost completely exposed. In the morning, they sent a girl to scout, and apparently they were already out of the game. They had a first-class chef in charge of the kitchen, and the waitresses were all beauties from the royal capital. Their cues and income were simply incredible, although they were doing quite well too. But given the scale of the Class A cafe, they most likely initially had a different budget for preparing their event. They increased the fixed amount provided by the Academy and used a different budget. It turns out that Class A broke the rules. Even if it was just a lucky distribution of funds, the scale in such a short period of time looked like fraud and money laundering. Ireina thought it was hard to judge when they had no evidence. While the boys were carefully considering their next steps, Sylvia came up with something. All they had to do was advertise their cafe during the play. Ginny assumed they actually had space on stage to advertise, but she wasn't sure. Ireina said they probably knew about it. Ginny decided to think carefully. The only way out was to bring back the reliable and traditional game of rock, paper, scissors. While they were thinking about it, the management addressed the esteemed visitors of the Academy. The director said that this year there would also be a Sword King martial arts festival and a fencing tournament dedicated to the spirit of King Ravel. This year they were looking for participants from both inside and outside the Academy. If they wanted to participate, they had to register before 1400 hours today. Sylvia's eyes sparkled with joy. She explained that they would participate in this tournament, and without a doubt, they would show everyone their class at the tournament. Then, they would have a chance for advertising. Art agreed and suggested making advertising out of the tournament. Ireina happily supported their idea. Ireina smiled and said that she would also like to go to the tournament. Art had never heard her say that before. The winner would also receive a duplicate of the Holy Sword. It was said to be a treasure given to them by the third King Ravel. King Ravel idolized the heroine Lydia, so he made an exact copy of her sword. And when their academy was founded, the duplicate sword was given to the academy in the hopes that someone worthy of wielding it would appear. Even if it wasn't her real sword, the hero didn't want to see it. He couldn't believe that they were actually willing to give such an important prize to the winner. Besides, people from both the academy and outside of it could participate. Suddenly Olivia came into their room and said that everyone was allowed to win and take the national treasure. Ginny never expected to meet Olivia here. Art didn't understand when she had managed to come here. Olivia said that this duplicate had its own history. The problem was that it would immediately return to the academy, as if it was looking for a suitable scabbard. In any case, she also expressed her desire to participate in the fencing tournament this year. Art smiled and told Olivia that her victory was already a foregone conclusion, but Olivia didn't think so. She didn't know yet if she could win. A smirk appeared on her face. She wasn't sure about that, because it was Art Meteor who was also participating in this tournament. Art understood what she was getting at, and his face darkened. Art wanted to talk to Olivia about his participation, but Olivia replied that the application for participation had already been sent. Art wanted to justify himself, but Olivia didn't care why he decided not to enter the arena. Besides, only she could decide on this issue. Judging by her smirk, it was clear that she was mocking her. The hero understood her intentions perfectly, but he could not say anything to her. Not understanding anything, the girls only watched them questioningly. Ginny said that if Art enters the arena, she will also take part in it. If they clash, she would like Art to show her a master class with his sword. Ireina was unhappy because she thought Ginny had some dirty thoughts on her mind again. Ginny sighed and said that was not the case. Ireina was even more angry about this. She explained that she would never believe it. Ginny sighed heavily and remembered that their previous fight had also never ended. Ginny believed that Ireina would get it this time, so she had to prepare for it. Ireina suggested that the perverted succubus try it. Sylvia was also confident of her victory, so she raised her fist up and shouted that she would win. Watching the girls, Olivia chuckled. The girls were screaming that they would win. The hero was as if in a daze, not understanding what was happening here. He didn't understand why everything turned out this way. It was the second day of the school festival. Everyone was gathering. A special play was being staged, which was called The Confession of the Demon Lord, the victory over the evil god Aviades of Veers. The hero entered the room where the preparations were taking place. Someone said he was nervous. The maid said that those who were free should come and help with the maid cafe. The hero thought that nothing would happen to the cafe. The advertisement during the Sword King tournament preliminaries on the second day of the school festival had a greater effect than they expected, so their class's sales were already close to Class A's. If the performance went well, surpassing Group A wouldn't be such an impossible goal. One girl screamed that she was one of the evil gods of Aviades of Veers. Another said that she was the heroine Lydia. She repeated this many times. The hero felt embarrassed for them. The hero thought that there would be little here. He closed his eyes. The girl said she heard her voice. They were on stage. The girl ordered the warriors to stand up and fight. She cried out that she would not let them give up. Another actress began to laugh. She said that the lower creatures would be horrified. Ard watched them. He wondered how the first act would go, he thought, but so far everything seemed to be going well. Ard said that he would spill his blood with his fighting power. He ordered the warriors to follow the demon lord. The students exclaimed that Ard was so cool. Someone said that he looked so much like the demon lord. Ard thought it was kind of sad that he had to play the role of an embellished version of himself. He thought that, to begin with, it wasn't such a great story at the time. They were in a conference tent. Someone said that, compared to this, it was like a war council on a campaign to defeat one of the evil gods. The man said that his castle was currently surrounded and fenced off, so that he could not escape. He pointed to the map and told them how they could attack from here. The demon lord said that he and Lydia would first sneak in and get information about the enemy. Lydia interrupted him. She said that she couldn't leave him behind her sister's back. The girl said that as his sister, she had to support him. Someone asked the girl to shut up. The girl tried to object, but Lydia told her to shut up. Lydia told Sylvie that she should have stayed in the rear. The girl was upset. Everyone was silent. Lydia told them to continue. Sylvie tried to say something else. They continued their meeting. The overlord insulted her in his mind. Night fell. The lord was in his tent. Someone asked him if he had been there. It was Sylvie. She asked if it was okay to come in. The lord asked her what she needed. The girl asked that she and her sister thought she was useless. The girl said that she had made many mistakes, of course, but she certainly would not let them down. She started screaming that it was because she wanted to protect them, so they should let her. The Lord thought that Lydia asked her to stop talking, but she continued. The Lord answered, so that she would not misunderstand him. He said that both he and Lydia recognized her power. The girl was surprised. The girl started screaming, asking what was the matter then. She asked why they asked her to defend the positions in the rear. The Lord answered that they did not want to lose her. The overlord added, especially Lydia. Sylvie's eyes widened in surprise. The overlord continued that she had given birth, that Sylvie had become her successor. He added that he too would like her to be the one to fight their enemy's army in the future. The hero continued that she, like Lydia, could be hot-tempered and stupid, but not many people could help someone as hard as they did. He said that was why they couldn't let her die. Sylvie said that she was glad that she and her sister thought of her that way, but she wasn't that naive. She screamed that she wanted to be useful to her sister Lydia. Sylvie added that he could do as he wished. She said that she would take responsibility. The girl thanked him and added that she would not let them down. Sylvie set up over 1,000 explosive magic traps on the battlefield and destroyed the enemy. Thanks to this, she successfully defeated Avia des Viers. But some of their people were trapped in magical traps because they did not remember where they were located. Although there were no casualties, it resulted in great damage to their allies. The Lord thought that it was a rare case when a real enemy was among the allies. Naturally, she and Olivia scolded Sylvie a lot, but only Lydia laughed. Ard returned to the present. Lydia called out to Sylvie. Ard told himself that he shouldn't have forgotten his lines. Everyone was looking at him. He walked out on stage. Ard asked the evil god that he had forgotten how to speak because of his fear of him. He shouted that he had not thought he was so weak. The girl turned around. The students looked at all this with admiration. The girls hugged each other. Lydia said to Sylvie that if they hadn't forgotten, what happened then? Ard wondered if she understood these words. Ard said that she was an opponent he recognized. The hero added that she could be confident in herself. Ard told himself that she was already good. The girl said that maybe she was worrying too much, but she wanted to be helpful, or she had to protect everyone. There was no need for that. She thought that she should just trust the hard work to them. The girls laughed. Lydia told her not to think about anything, just do what she wanted. Ard pointed his sword at the girl. God screamed that how could he lose to him? Someone backstage asked if that was in the script. Ard smiled. The girl screamed in pain. She said that she was killed, but she would definitely come back. Ard and Lydia were breathing heavily. The maid called everyone to the maid cafe. Ard and Ireina changed their clothes. A girl came to them. Ard told Sylvie that she had done a good job today. He added that the improvisation was excellent. Ard thought that in the end it wasn't exactly an evil god, but rather a typical Sylvie. Sylvie blushed. She thanked Ard and said that it was all thanks to him. Ard smiled. He said that it was not like that at all. He said that it was all thanks to her abilities and talent. Ireina agreed with him. Sylvie blushed even more. She screamed that, anyway, she had caused trouble for them again. She bowed. The girl apologized. She said that she was truly sorry. Ard asked what she was talking about. Ard said that this time everything went well thanks to her. Ireina told Sylvie that she helped them a lot. She thanked her. Sylvie began to cry. She turned around and was about to leave. She said that this time the greatest merit was hers. The girl added that she would go and stand guard. Sylvie screamed that she definitely had important things to do. Ireina and Ard laughed. Sylvie ran about her business. She was happy. Someone said that this was the reputation of the fencing tournament and the Sword King play. The student said that it was Class C. He asked what they should do. He said that at this rate they would lose. The disciple said that he did not want to bow his head to the common people. Another asked what they had forgotten. They all turned around. He asked if they knew what was good for the beauties. The student said that wasn't it that one. The other one said that there was no need to emphasize it so much. He added that Class A would win. They agreed with him. Another student said that Class C would look at them again. Someone was going to spy. The two approached the tree and looked at its leaves. They were wearing masks.